What is up, everybody? Okay, so if I can get the challenge quest unlocked here, we'll do chat versus the challenge quest, because why not? Alright, well, we're at the final boss, so we'll do that real quick. Let's see, what do we want to summon? Could use that curse arm. Yeah, let's do that, that's fun. Do we use Asterios? That's what I did for the YouTube video, so it's kind of like been there, done that, but it's also really fun to show off Asterios when he's applicable, and Asterios is very applicable here. You'd have to like reverse engineer Armored Core music, because if you just distorted it more, it's just going to be more distorted, right? Some people have gone through great lengths to like get the lyrics and stuff and have them less distorted to figure out what the fuck is being said. Hey, the boy, thank you for the 3-month sub. Okay, what are we doing here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna use Asterios. It's a little tried and true, but I mean, come on. How do I want to do this though? I think we'll keep it pretty budget. We could do Joan of Arc just because she's so good here, and this account started with Joan of Arc, but I never use her. But not really budget. The budget option would be like Hans or Mash. But that would be kind of fun, just to do something different, but might go with Hans, because, I mean, who doesn't like Hans? Although I wonder if Hans is actually better than Joan of Arc here, because Asterios has got the survivability thing. As long as you get the ball rolling, the first few turns are the hard part. Once you've built up your debuffs and it's easy mode, easy streak. Hans might actually help more at the beginning, just because he's got the battery skill and that kind of thing. I have no idea. I may be talking out of my ass here. Like Joan of Arc obviously has more health, and she'll give you a full invulnerability and all that, so she's probably fine. But let's go budget. What does this boss do? I know she's AoE. I think there's like buff removal, which is why Asterios is so good, because he's debuffs. I don't remember much beyond that. You just give Joan of Arc 100% battery. That's balanced. The boss is Ryder. That makes Joan of Arc potentially a lot better than Hans. Do that and then use his first skill. That means Hans is probably gonna die though, even with Asterios, so you want something to replace it. I need to get my Fuma up. Maybe a good pick here. Mash, because that's very budgety. Double 100 face though. And before, I'm just missing a massive part of this fight when I get smacked, but that's fine. She just needs whatever starting NP, really. I'd give Asterios K-Scope, but we'll try to keep it more reasonable than that for now. Guess that's the budget alternative. Oh yeah, we have Sanson. Oh god, I just remembered in the video, I think I used Sanson as the DPS. Just because. I don't think that was particularly meta, but I'm pretty sure I did that. I wonder if I did Hans or Mash. I would think Hans, as long as pass screen wasn't like out of his mind, I feel like Hans makes the better starting servant, but I don't know, we'll see what happens here. Atlas when in doubt. Alright, let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, I think that's Moriarty or something. I know he saves your ass in this event at some point. Basically all this trouble is because an AI took over Da Vinci's corpse and has kind of gone nuts. Alright, let's see if there's any gimmicks here that I forgot. That's more health bars than I was thinking though. Alright. Do we use Hans's third skill right away, or do we save it until after our first NP? I think I'm going to use Invulnerability right off the bat, because we don't have a lot of starting NP. This is where Summoning Waver would be really good, because you could NP turn 1. Not a very good opening hand. Bonk. That's damage resist. I don't remember that. Decreased strength. I guess it's you can still do damage then. Not a lot though. Damn. Oh. Boy, I didn't remember that one. That's kind of rough for the assassins there. Oh, I see. How did no one get their NP there? That's not ideal. Well, curse arm, time to do stuff. Probably should just give Asterios more starting NP. We'll see though. Get the big heal from Hans. Yeah, curse arm buff would be nice one of these days. Maybe for New Year's. I mean, anniversary, excuse me. We could have potentially gotten more damage if Hans NP'd before curse arm, but it's not really worth it. I'd rather have... And we missed the defense up on the unit that it matters on the most. Fantastic. Doesn't matter for this turn, but it would matter for next turn. Hans, you have betrayed me. I wonder if it's worth smacking the Shadow Da Vinci. I have no idea if like she resummons it or not. We'll just go for the boss for now. Watch them buff Kojiro again. Imagine that. He might actually die here. Fucking double buff on the turn we're most vulnerable. That was really lame. So we would have lived if Hans landed the defense buff. I should probably give Asterios most starting NP though. That was a big part of the problem. We took too long. That felt really unlucky though. You know, honestly, I can see why I use Sanson in the video, because one, I like Sanson, but he's probably not that bad here just because he'll help you stabilize on those first few turns to get Asterios rolling, because he's got the big heal. Well, I wanted to use Curse Arm, but Tadachi is gone. I guess we'll go Kojiro for now. Alright, let's slightly upgrade. We'll go with that. Give Mash, it's demonic. I really should put Sanson up there, but we won't. We'll mix it up. Oh, I should put a writer in the back for Da Vinci at the end. That ends up being a thing. I kind of want to look at my video when I'm done and see what I did. I hope Shakespeare gets an animation update soon, but also Mozart. I just realized this is like a cliff's edge. I never noticed that. Terrible opening hand again. Go figure. Cool background though. Like how there's a random clock in like that pillar for some reason. Oh my god, how did he not fucking Hans didn't get his NP? It's really shitty. Need the heal. I might actually wait to have a Asterios NP. Well, that's a waste of a lot of NP gain though. I have to get my next NP pretty quick. If Hans doesn't land a defense buff, probably gonna die. I think I should cast Invulnerability on turn 1. Because I wasted the turn where we have the biggest attack down. That doesn't make any sense. And he missed it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use Invulnerability on turn 1. I think that's better. It's not better if Hans gets his NP, but if he doesn't, it's way better. We're still technically alive, but I think that's probably death. Even if it's not, it's like, that's just so many turns with no defense up. Maybe we do cut Hans, it's too unreliable. I mean, it seems okay, I think that's just terrible luck. The main thing is I need to use Invulnerability better. You don't want to use it on a turn where you're using the NP. Because the thing with Asterios, a lot of people don't get this, but it's like the first few turns are the most important. Because once you've debuffed the boss a bunch of times, it doesn't matter if you have a bad turn, because the lingering attack down will still be there. I hate the support list in this game so much. This is what happens, because I added so many people yesterday, now it's like I can't summon anything specific over and over. It's completely impossible. Oh, there we go. Might need to put Sanson up there though. I can definitely. I think I did that in the video. I'm almost positive, but I can definitely see why. It's just an extra. The damage dealer is so irrelevant. Like, as much as I want to show off something different, this just makes so much sense because you need to stabilize at the beginning. However, I don't think you would ever really use Sanson here, even if you were a budget player, because if you're like a noob, you would use your support slot for something like Waver, Joan of Arc, you know, something big like that, and then you're not gonna need Sanson of all things. You're better off just getting more damage. Okay, do I invulnerability right off the bat? I'm gonna say yes. I almost want to use Hans's third skill on himself, but we'll put it on Asterios. You don't want a nightmare turn where you don't get your NP. Da Vinci's flying. Look at that. Yeah, that's like on the cliff, off the cliff. I like how the one caster attacks Sanson. And then Hans is at 98%. Game. What the fuck? So it's really kind of moronical to have Sanson heal himself. Because overwhelmingly he's the tankiest thing here. He just got really unlucky there. I'm getting mad. This is getting kind of, this is just stupid luck here. Because I could overcharge Hans's heal, but now I can't. Probably is better to have Hans use his third skill on himself than... That's happened twice. I wonder if she's evil. Probably not, but you never know. Probably not human because it's a servant's corpse. Nope, he didn't get either of his bonus damage things, so she used neither. So Sanson's actually really bad right now, but that's just bad luck. Because the only thing he does is to heal, that's it, that's all he does. And he healed himself, which is not useful, and you could just have like curse arms evade. But that's not a normal thing, like that was very abnormal. That's weird, man. I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's undead though, so Gray does big bonus damage. I think Gray's an event servant anyway. Need to have my NP for next turn. That crit though. I wonder if I'm supposed to be killing Da Vinci. I don't remember. We'll find out. Let's see. Sanson's NP is the least important, but there's... I might as well do Asterios' first. Okay, Hans. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure this boss does buff removal, so maybe I shouldn't use Hans there. I mean, getting one tick for the heal is still fine. Sanson, why couldn't you be a stronger unit in general? Yep. Oh shit, it does buff removal before damage. Wow. That's nasty. 97%! What a great feeling! At least it's not 98. Yeah, I'm not sure we should have NP'd Hans. that turn because his buffs immediately got removed. The heal was nice, but it was only one. He's NP sealed. I can remove it though. Sure. Good turn to NP. Because Asterios didn't get his. Okay, we want the defense buff on Sanson quite a bit in case he gets attacked by the caster. I mean, Asterios as well, but he's got his own defense buff right now. Of course not. No, just don't land any of the buffs on Sanson. Literally none of them. He didn't even land the Star Gen one. Wow. That's helping the DPS out. Oh, we got NP drained, and she's not attacking, so we're not getting, oh, here we go. Hit me again? Damn it. That is not a good turn for us. 3 turns on Skill Seal. Good thing we have, this. I guess I just use it now. This is a really bad turn, though. We went quite a while without Asterios NPing. I'll get it here. I guess I put this on Hans then. We do have 2 defense ups though, so we're probably okay. I'm worried about Sanson though. He could get smacked. I did not remember that skill seal, NP seal thing. Although I haven't done this boss in 2 years, so I guess that's not too surprising. Could you stop doing that? Tricky part here is the NP's coming up, so I need to get his NP again. Watch this amazing NP gain off my Buster cards. With crits though. Now, if you want to do damage, you do Buster, NP, Buster, but I care about the NP gain, so I'm doing it this way. This is a Grail to Asterios, if you actually did do Buster, NP, Buster, would really fuck someone up. Oh wow, she had debuff immunity, that sucks. Sanson is not having a good time. Ooh. Yeah, that debuff immunity was not what I wanted to see. Well, this is where maybe I should have kept that invulnerability. Normally we wouldn't be in this situation, but it is what it is. Also, potentially we should kill Shadow Da Vinci just so that doesn't happen. Of course you do that. Literally anyone else would have been fine. We probably can still win, but I kind of want to keep Asterios alive longer, because that's like the point of the team. Well, we'll keep going just because we'll see what like Sanson can get done here, but although actually because we don't have Asterios, this NP is kind of gonna murder us. Well, we still have cleanup units though, we'll see what happens. I kind of want to reset even if I win though, just because I want to do better than that. Also, Mash is not very helpful here because the boss has buff removal, so she doesn't really do anything. We'll do it like that. Land the attack up. Oh. I almost want to save. No, there's no point in saving it because buff removal. Actually, I might as well do this. Maybe I should have given Sanson the invulnerability just so he'd get battery in case Smash dies here. She shouldn't though, she's gonna have double damage cut and double defense up. Yeah, I think we still win, but it's not very satisfying having Asterios die that early, because I know he can do better than that. Yeah, I hope they give us buff removal resistance on a budget unit at some point. Did my NP gain skill get removed? Because it wasn't there at the end. What the hell? Anyway, or does hers go away before the enemy turn? I don't think it does. Am I just crazy and forgetting something? But I don't think that's the case. Do we curse arm NP? Yeah. Yeah, I know we got NP drained. We didn't have the NP gain buff anymore. I was thinking you kept it for when you got attacked, but maybe I'm crazy. 2K. Very nice. Do I make stars just so Sanson gets more NP gain? I don't think so. She's drained a lot on this one. She drained a bunch of times. Oh, that again. I should have saved Sanson's skill. Everybody almost getting their NP, but not. Doesn't really matter if Mash dies. Yeah, we definitely still win, unless there's something I'm forgetting in this fight. It's just, Asterios could have done so much more. Curse Arm still doesn't have his thing. The only way we lose is if she shows up and the boss has too much health left. The boss will do a decent amount of damage to Uchi because it's at neutral. Ow! Well, that's not what I wanted to see. I'm pretty sure we're fine though, but that sucks. Oh god, it's the buff removal turn. That is such bad timing. That is such bad timing. I don't know, we might lose here because I have all these survivability skills, but I can't use any of them. Yeah, we'll see. It'd be pretty shitty to lose at the last second because Curse Arm can't beat Da Vinci. Like, no way. Yeah, we needed Sanson to not just get completely deleted like that. I think we're gonna lose. Well, it depends on if she resummons the clone or not. Let's find out. We have loads of survivability now, and we got the invulnerability, got the cooldown reduction, like we got lots of stuff here. I'm gonna be mad if she doesn't resummon it, because then I should have just killed it forever ago. Although if she does resummon it, I just made a terrible play. I made a terrible play. Because yeah, I could have just kept Ushi alive for a few turns with the evade, and then the... I just lost because of that. Because again, I could have kept Ushi alive with the evade, and then the invulnerability, and then killed this, then had Ushi and B. Yeah, those were super fucked now. And the boss isn't gonna quite die here. Well, we absolutely could have won. I just did not get lucky at the start, and then I made some bad plays there. But we could have absolutely won, even with the Stereos dying like we did. Oh, I could have done art on. Oh, I did do art on issue. Oh, come on! No, game. No. That doesn't even feel right. There's so many things that can be optimized on that team, right? Like, there's so many things that I can improve on this team. That's casual right there. I want to go look up my video. I want to see what I did back in the day. Like, I want to know if I killed the Da Vinci, so on and so forth. What's that boss's name? I'll just look up case files. Let's see. So I did a stereo Sansa and Han, so which I figured. Oh, I did double Hans. I did have Ushi in the back. I wonder if I used it. Let me see. Doesn't look like it. No, I did. I just didn't. I still didn't kill the Shadow one. Oh, see, that's funny. I had it all set up where I could literally kill her that turn. I was going to activate Ushi's MP that turn, but the battle ended, so I didn't get to. So yeah, Ushi doesn't make a lot of sense there. It's a pretty similar setup, though. Alright, let's see if we can get the challenge quest. And then we'll do chat versus the challenge quest. That background reminds me of one of the major story stages in the very first BlazBlue game. Like when you fight Hakumen, that's like what the background looks like. It's very similar. Same kind of vibe. Look at that stupid face. I think we get a grail from this. Wow, rude. Well, there's Gray. Like how Ad is just staring at you. Look at that. Okay. Let's see if we beat all the missions for her. Do you want to unlock a new free quest? Because I never beat the stage to beat the books, and I don't remember a free quest having books in it. Did I just miss it? Oh fuck! I think I never scrolled over enough. When I was doing this on my phone, I think I only kept it like there. I don't think I ever scrolled over enough to see that free quest, so I didn't do that one before the stream. Shit. That's a bunch of missions that I could have done that I just didn't. Okay, we have to beat more machine types. Wow, they make it easy to get your other copies there. Oh god, we have to beat 60 of them! I could have done that off stream so easy. Chat, I was doing a lot of like mundane stuff today. And I was even thinking, man, I wish I had something to do on like FGO on the side because I could just like, you know, but I was like, oh, I gotta beat the main story to move on anyway. Nope, I could have been farming those books. Damn it. 3 grays though. I'm pretty sure Gray and Karna are the best received welfares. Kotoki's up there too, but they're pretty universally liked. We could have beaten all of these. Like, literally every single one of these we could have had done. Because I just need to... except for the machine ones, I don't think I saw that one coming. But, yeah, if I just slaughtered the books, we'd pretty much be done here. Alright, well, time to go burn some books. Okay, so machine types, that's not gonna be hard though. Oh, more bone types too. But yeah, these are all doable in advance. Oh my god, you need more insects too! You dicks! Last second bullshit. Okay, well, what do we do first then? I guess we'll do the insects, because we didn't need that many of the insects. Pretty sure that was the Mev stage. Yep. Damn it. This is exactly what I didn't want the stream to be. What do we summon to make this easy? I guess it's just like Waver or something. We don't need rare spawns anymore. Let's see, what do we got that would work? That should work. I mean, there's still multiple days left, so you wouldn't have to throw apples at these. You could beat this event without using any apples, but I'll use them just for the sake of brevity. Will Mordred do enough damage? I didn't really think about that for the last wave. Probably? We'll see. I don't think Mev had that much health. I think like 120k or something. Probably do the same setup for the Semiramis stage, just change to single target instead of Mordred. Is Semiramis divine? I keep forgetting if she's divine or not. I feel like she's not, but I think I may just be forgetting something. I'm gonna look this up. She is divine. Divinity C. Okay, we could use Scath then, basically counterclassing at that point. Huh, we don't actually need Waver's battery. It's kind of sad. Because yeah, they both got the 30% charges, then we have Shakespeare here if we needed it. I don't know if we need Shakespeare at all. Might need him for the final part. Depends on how much health Mev has. I guess leveling up Gray would make this stage very easy, and we definitely wouldn't need to switch Missing Code at that point. Because she's counterclassing bonus servant and all that. We might not do dragon bullying today just because I'm trying to unlock the challenge quest, but I mean it'll happen in the future. Oh, she's 142. Might be pushing it a bit here, Mordred. We'll see. Main thing is it's just kind of slow having to do the switch. I don't think the horses are undead. I think they're demonic. Maybe they're demonic and undead, but maybe for this event especially because there's like a graveyard in the background there, but I don't think they normally are. I never even thought to look though. It's kind of a bizarre one. I think I need to do this like 3 more times or something. That's annoying. I wish I had known I needed to do this. I could have saved a lot of time here. We can make a rare spawn, but we don't really need to. Do double Shakespeare just for the fun of it. We'll go for the rare spawn. I think they drop QP or something. So if this is Halloween 2, I wonder if this is the exact copy-paste of that free quest or if it's different. Because if this is Halloween 2, that's so old, I wouldn't be shocked if the enemy stats were lower than this. And so this is like a beefed up version of it, but I have no idea. I might, if I ever remember, I kind of want to look that up, because the wiki keeps track of past events. I'd kind of like to know if they made this stage randomly harder. So if they main interlude this on JP, that means I would not get a Grail. And if they just rerun it, I won't get a Grail. I'm trying to grab as many Grails as humanly possible, because in case they add something in Lost Belt 6 that I want to be able to Grail that. But then I also want to be able to Grail like Tesla and Caligula and maybe Leonidas, all that stuff. I don't think I need the other buffs. I think Leonidas is getting an animation update soon-ish. With Ushi getting hers, I think it's coming. I should have paid attention to what that rare mob dropped. I can't really remember if it's worth making them spawn even if you cleared the event. I know in some events rare spawns drop like, you know, 500k QP or things like that. Uh-oh, I probably should have clicked the second skill there. Couldn't really, I wasn't really thinking about my attacks after the NP there. Well, shit. Like, we have to watch all these animations now. Fucking cheese shot. So backwards. Dirty 4-turn. Yeah, I won't take over. We'll have chat go to the bitter end. It's not that hard of a challenge. I forgot to look if we got more. Oh no, here we go. We did get 500k, so I bet you the rare spawns probably do that. That's worth grabbing. This account needs QP. Wait, I didn't win, did I? No, okay. They're not gonna make it that easy for me. I like how I'm bringing the non-limit broken. I'm not even. Oh, it's bringing the bronze mat one. It's pointless. Just for funsies, I want to see if I can find a Merlin. Damn, now. Wanted to see the big dam. We have so many stupid free quests to do here. I am peeved. We could go fight the dragon because that's more entertaining, and do the challenge quest tomorrow. But I kind of want to get this going because I really want to see chat versus the challenge quest. I think it'll be funny. We'll ban a few things. We'll probably ban like Merlin, Scatty. Although we wouldn't have double Scatty, so actually maybe we don't need to ban Scatty. Probably ban Alter. But we'll leave chat most things. We just don't want, you know, maximum cheese. This account couldn't really do maximum cheese anyway, though. It doesn't have Waver, doesn't have Merlin, Scatty, Tam, none of that. Ban Sanson. Yeah, I don't think chat was going to use that anyway. I remember when chat brought Joan of Arc with Black Grail and then somehow won by the skin of their teeth. Not punished for trolling. You know, this is completely pointless, but just cuz I'm gonna give Spartacus the Stargian up. Just cuz. Here we go. Well, I should have put the quick card last. Maximum Stargian. I must have forgotten to do a buff. That was pretty low damage there. Fuck. I don't know what I forgot to do, but I definitely forgot something. Either that or I'm pushing it more on damage there than... Oh, I didn't use Spartacus's Buster up. Yeah, that would have been pretty good. That would have been pretty handy there. Bad at farming. For turning again. You know, Fuma might be better for this than Mordred. Counterclassing is kind of handy. I gotta turn in my farming license. The nearest FMV. Well, I can't even redeem myself because that was the final one we needed on that stage. What's scary is that was the easiest mission left that we had. All the other ones are going to take longer. So that's not great. Okay, chat, how did you all like this event? I liked it more than I remembered. It's not like my favorite event ever, but it was pretty good actually, and I definitely liked it more than that fight with Gwaine just really stuck with me over the years, and I remembered that like the bonus fights being just a total joke, but they weren't that bad. I mean, they weren't the best I've ever seen, but they were still fun. It was solid. Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like, yeah, it was good. It's not like blowing me out of the water or anything, but it's totally fine. And Gray is a nice welfare. I wonder if the exact same team works. I don't think there's any reason for me to use the exact same team, though. What do we use, then? Let's see. So we need a rider. What is this? Why didn't I use Cleopatra? I forgot. I have Cleopatra on NA. That would have been pretty good for that. I don't know what my favorite event is ever. It kind of depends. I like Setsuban a lot. I like that recent tower event. I like Nerofest 2. I like, no, Nerofest 3. Nerofest 3 is literally Nerofest 2, but better. I like Gilfest 2. You know, Gilfest 1 and 2. Those really stand out. Oh, and Good of Final. I always say that. Good of Final is so good. Which you all get soon. I really, really like that one. Do I have Medusa on this account? I think I do. Didn't I just level her? Okay, this should work. Unless the middle waves are tougher than I'm thinking. We probably don't need the double switch then. I guess I bring it just in case. If anyone needs it, it would be Spartacus. Wait, shouldn't I just not... I should use Shakespeare and not use Waver. That's what I should do. Although there'd be RNG on Medusa getting her MP in time if I did that. You'd have to get cards in the early turns. Why do I keep casting the second skill? Let's see, what are other good events? I'm sure I'm forgetting some stuff. There's been some awesome events. A lot of shitty ones, but I like that Christmas event with the duo fights. That wasn't like the best, but it was good. I tell you though, that Galatea event really turned it around at the end. It's hard for me to call it my favorite just because the beginning was so bad. Like the first 55 floors or whatever are just so boring. And then a lot of the floors, even in between there when they start getting better, are still just not great. But those final final boss fights every 10 floors got really good. And I loved those bonus floors, man. They were so much fun to just mess around with. This is slightly easier than the other stage, so... If I give Medusa a higher starting NP, we could cut Waver out though, and this would make it faster. God damn it, I wasn't paying attention. That's not what I'm supposed to do. I just wasted so many Buster Ups. That would not have even been that bad if I just didn't cast all the Buster Ups and then I cast all the Buster Ups next turn for Spartacus. That'd be fine, right? Maybe not ideal, but that'd have been fine. But I just wasted 2 Buster Ups. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna need Herc to bail us out from all these misplays. Oh my god, what have I done? Let's see, can I turn this around? Can we still 3-turn here? I don't think so. Yeah, no way. We'll get him next time. Oh yeah, no, we so wrong here. Turn order is relevant. I don't know why I'm casting these things. There's no way we're getting the NP. Like, just kill it with normal stuff. Oh my god, what a mistake! Does he cast Evade and all this nonsense? Why is her name Dark Water? Super Red Hair Man. Look at this. This is disgusting. You know, Red Hair has pretty decent animations. Nice, good old-fashioned smack smack. I don't know why I didn't cast that last turn. Fucking 7-turn. Oh, here we go. That came back. How scary is that? I don't think Shakespeare will need to attack. Yeah, not at all. Okay, let me try that again. Medusa, Buster DPS. Got that bond up though. See, Medusa don't care. I should have swapped that placement around. The music knows. Scatty makes this kind of awkward. Let's see. Actually, no, it's fine. Because right, we got Shakespeare. The thing is, if I set this up right, I don't think I need to do the switch. Okay. I got it this time, chat. I probably should have done Medusa's card there, because that didn't do quite as much damage as I was thinking, but it's fine. Got the rare spawn. Give me that QP. I'm a little worried. She's not gonna do 141. She is level 70, so... Honestly, Trap-Face did really well against the dragon the other day. Okay, she's got it. That's cutting it close, though. Oh my god, we have to kill 60. I'm hoping you only have to kill 60 though, it doesn't go to like 120 or anything crazy like that. But 60's a lot because in some stages you fight the trash like in every wave, but you don't for these. You only fight like 5. So it's really shitty. Like way shittier than it needs to be. I should have looked this up before I streamed today. I was doing loads of mundane things today, so I easily could have had FGO on the side. Like, oh my god, I could have done so much farming before the stream. I just didn't. I was like, it's fine. I'm about done, right? Pretty bad opening hand there. Rosh is gonna have to die a lot for our sins. I mean, I'm gonna try to do the CQ today. We're going. We're on the way. You know. We'll see how it goes. Stage 3 Scatty is so bizarre. She just does not have the personality. Like, it's such a, like, I don't know, like, magical girl outfit, right? But that doesn't fit her at all. It's kind of weird. I think that's the point, though. Isn't her stage 2 the, like, really weird one? She looks more like Scath, just cuz. Or is that stage 1? A bad hand, but I feel like we can... you know what? I'm gonna cast that just in case. I'm kind of confident, but I'm not super confident, so we'll see. Sam Cat can totally beat the dragon. She was super close. Even then max if she could do it. And actually, she would have done it even if we didn't min max if she just got lucky. But she did not. And she needed to land the MP drain, but she missed it. Waver's probably fine. Might push it a bit on damage at the end though. No, I wouldn't refund the points, so I would just wait, and if we don't get it there, then refund it. Man, you have so little faith in me. I don't know why I keep casting Clairvoyance rank 1. I'm thinking I'm fighting the dragon, and you do it against the dragon, but no point here. Well, Chad, if you have any questions, I guess now is a good time, because we're going to be farming for a bit. Because we have to do, after the books, I think we have to do the skeletons. Thankfully, we don't need that many, though. I think we only need 20. So 4 runs of that. So, this is pretty inferior to Scatty, though. I think it's more clicks, and you have less damage on Medusa. Let's do the old Star Gen. Let's go. Rank 1 Kingsman. Yeah, there you go. That's a lot of... That's like, it's like 10% Star Gen or something. Let's see, what is it? Oh wow, Jesus. No, at rank 1 it's 50% Star Gen. Okay. At rank 10 it's 100%. It's better than I was thinking. Not bad for such an old unit. That's why Darius makes so many fucking stars with Shakespeare. That's probably gonna kill. Samarushi's damage is eh. What's your favorite color, red or blue? It's green, obviously. Although between red and blue, it really just depends on how they're used. I feel like, this feels weird to say this because I think people think it's a popular color, but I feel like red is so underrepresented. Like, when people talk about favorite colors, it's so much blue. It's so much blue, like holy crap. But it's like blue, pink, purple, and then some green, right? I feel like I don't see a lot of red, and like, characters like Mordred, right? Very red themed with the energy powers and stuff. I just don't see that much anymore these days. Maybe I'm just crazy. But blue is everywhere. Like, blue and gold are so common in video games, I feel. Like, blue, gold, you know, black, white, obviously, that kind of thing. But I don't see that much red. And I don't see much green either. Like, holy crap. Like, look at FGO. You can find so many servants that, I mean, there's, I'd say easily, if you look at, like, character abilities and, like, their mana bursts and, you know, their energy and magic attacks and stuff, blue is everywhere. There is so much blue in FGO. But you can find a decent amount of purple and gold, a lot of purple and gold, and there's a chunk of like pink and red, not loads, but there's a good chunk. But then there's really not that much green. You've pretty much got like Atalante, Achilles, poor Spindo in stage 3. Although some of his attacks aren't green, but most of them are. And like, I don't know, Semiramis' dragon, right? There's a few, but there is, and Robin Hood, but yeah, it's not a lot. Yeah, orange, I don't think it's used a lot because people see it as just like an old version of red, I would say. Like, you'll see, like in a Gacha game, you might see it for like, you know, a pumpkin event, you know, Halloween or whatever. Yeah, there's characters that have like random green for almost no reason, like Nightingale or Semiramis' Tiamat's kid. But as like an actual theme of the character, it's quite rare. I would say it's the least used like even remotely popular color, right? You obviously have some colors that are so unpopular they don't get used in anything, but one thing I like about Epic 7, they definitely have more green, and that's because one of the unit types is green, because they do sort the unit types by color. The units don't always match their color in terms of aesthetic, but they often do. Although I find easily in Epic 7, the color that doesn't represent their color the most is green, like 100%. There are a lot of green units in Epic 7 that aren't green in the slightest, but there are plenty that are. Yeah, Hot Wheels got plenty of red and orange. I guess your orange is just in fire attacks. There's quite a bit of red in FGO, I would say. It's not like as prevalent as blue, of course not, but... I probably don't need to do the defense down there, but there's no reason not to, so... Other than saving time. I don't really like Christmas because, one, there's not actually that much green in Christmas. It's mostly like, you know, green and red, and I don't like the green-red combo, right? For example, look at these trees. This is a Christmas stage, right? Look at how convenient. Look at these Christmas trees here. There's so much shit on that. It's like it's just polluting the green. If you get rid of all that garbage and you just have the tree, it would look better. But you got all this like nonsense in there. That's how Christmas is all the time. It's all like snow decorations and red and green just is not a good combo in my opinion. Unfortunately, it's a very common way to use green. Green, I think works best normally as a highlight color with dark colors, right? Like if you know, a lot of black and then the highlights are green, that can work really well. That's true for a lot of things, but I think it's not easy for green to work with bright colors. I don't think that works very well. But it's used like that way a lot. Video games love doing in anime and in comics and this, that, and the other. You know, they like doing like fucking pink and green. You know, like watermelon or something, right? Like it doesn't look good. Like it's bad. There's several things like that where like the mainstream is like so happy to like people combo red and blue together all the time. That looks like that is tacky garbage, by the way. Like red and blue together is such tacky garbage. That like summarizes Christmas in general, by the way. Shots fired. But St. Patrick's Day, there's some good stuff there sometimes. A lot of times too much green. Green is normally best as a highlight color. Depends on the shade, but... Shakespeare, though. Shakespeare rocking a good green jacket there. He's making that work. You know, the green can definitely... Like, that's more... That's, you know, with the I don't know, gold trim, I guess. That works. Like, that's alright. But there's earth colors, though. There's a lot of brown, dark brown. That's generally what works with green, so... God, give me a Shakespeare animation update. Like, for fuck's sakes. Just make it happen already. Yeah, red and black is like the edgy. Or you do red and super dark red. That's also generally the edgy sphere. I don't really have a least favorite shade of green. It's mostly just if it's used badly. There's a few like really bizarre shades of green. If you look up shades of green, you can find some weird ones. I don't really dislike any of them. A lot of people say olive, but I like olive a lot. The color, though, I always say is the least represented that I think is awesome is tan. I think tan and browns are just so good, and they are used so rarely. And I'm always bringing up Gundam because I'm a Gundam fan, but there's like some desert mech designs from Gundam that use a lot of tan and brown combos together that look really good. There's a mech in Gundam Wing Endless Waltz, which is a movie, where like the bad guy like grunt mechs are dark brown and tan, and then like their visor on their like head is green, and that is some good shit right there. Okay, I don't know why summon that Scatty. Her Bond CE will do literally nothing here, but... Blue and green actually can work together sometimes. If it especially if it's like dark blue, like army or navy blue, as the primary color, and then almost any shade of green as a highlight, that actually can work really well. And if you just like slap it together, it won't look great, but that absolutely can be a good combo. Now, if you do it the reverse of it, it's terrible. If you, let's say you're wearing a suit, right, and the suit is like green, and then the tie is blue, no, don't do that. But if you're wearing like a super dark blue suit, you know, like navy blue, and you have a green tie, that can absolutely work. Definitely needs to be a dark blue there, though. But I've like Crow in Epic 7, he's got blue armor, but it got like a green jewel in it, and his hair is green, and that works. That works really well. I can think of some mech designs that are like that too, that work well. I don't know why I just cast that there, but it doesn't hurt. Yeah, most tan stuff from Gundam are not Gundams, they're just mobile suits. But there's like the Desert Dom, that's brown and tan and stuff. There's the Desert GM, and actually there's various GMs that are brownish and tannish that aren't even desert related, like the GM ground type. The Serpent is tan and brown. Tropin is brown. Like there's a lot. I can think of a lot of mech. I know Gundam really well, by the way. If you hadn't noticed, Desert Zaku, that's brown. There's also I'm getting really nerdy now, but there's a Zaku 1 and Zaku 2 custom variant that was brown, or tannish, more tannish, really light tan. Like there was that Commander Tops custom Zaku 1 is like tan, kind of. It's pretty close to yellow, to be honest. But yeah, I know Fate like so well, it's ridiculous, but I know Gundam like just as well, for sure. Like I'm a huge Gundam nerd. You know, there's a lot of Gundam that I think is fucking stupid, but I mean that's the same for Fate. I mean, Fate's got Last Encore. Like, I mean, what else do I need to say, right? Gundam's got some really shitty stuff. I'm not sure it has anything as shitty as Lost Encore, though, to be honest. Lost Encore is like such a poster child of how not to write an anime. Feels bad to say that, but it just is what it is. I just don't think Nasu really, his writing style, I do not think lends itself to an anime at all. Not only that, I just think he never done it, so kind of out of his element there. But his writing style definitely works better in a novel format or a visual novel. You know, written is way better because you have more time to explore the characters and inner thoughts and that kind of thing. And that's what he's best at, like the characters and stuff. The shorter runtime of an anime and everything, I think, was really not good for his style. There's honestly like nothing I like about Lost Encore, other than like some of the music I guess is fine and the voice acting is fine. But the plot is so ridiculous and there's so much plot armor. Like that is such a case of like, sometimes you can forgive plot armor. It's like, oh yeah, it's nonsense, but you know, the story's good and the action's good, but yeah, you know, plot armor, whatever. But Lost Encore doesn't really have a lot going for it, and the amount of plot armor is just so heavy-handed. It's like impossible for me to take it seriously because it's just so ridiculous with its plot armor and just constantly, and it just, they throw logic out the window, right? A lot of pre-established abilities suddenly just work completely different in Lost Encore, but then right after Lost Encore, they go right back to working how they normally do. It's like they're just writing themselves into corners constantly. I have no respect for this. This is almost completely universal, and I see this a lot in anime, but I see it in movies and books and comics, you name it, but I see it a lot in anime. And in my opinion, it's just a sign of a charlatan or something being rushed. A lot of times it's just something being rushed. But it's where writers literally do not plan enough ahead, and they will write themselves into corners all of the time, and then have to just ass-pull an absolute nonsense contrivance that's just frivolous. I mean, dude, I see this in like, you see this in like so many video games. You see this from like Blizzard all the time. You see this from all kinds of anime and stuff, where, God, you see it in this event, in Case Files. You see it with Moriarty. I don't know how they translate it in English, but I remember it well enough in the Japanese one. When Moriarty saves you at the end of this event, you know, the ability that he displays and what he can do would obviously, like, really be able to keep helping you and basically trivialize the remainder of, like, the final encounter and everything. So it's like, oh, I guess I you know, used my abilities in a way that are, like, too stressful for my Saint graph, and so even though I just saved you here, I'm gonna die now, and so I can't keep helping you, because I'd obviously make this too easy, and that's not dramatic anymore. Like, what is that? Like, what are you talking about? Like, they just made up bullshit on the fly to get rid of Moriarty, because Moriarty's not supposed to be, you know, the star of the event or anything, so they just ass pull, right? Like, you see that all of the time in so much, like, storytelling out there, especially, like, things that are kind of, I don't, you know, cheap. But, like, you see it in anime constantly, in both directions, for the good guys, the bad guys. They'll just contrive something so the good guys win, or they'll just contrive something so the good guys can't win. Like, you just make up nonsense, right? All the pre-established logic of the universe goes out the window. It's like, I hate this, because it makes me not want to take your world seriously. How are you supposed to get into a story and take any of the information they give you seriously when any information they give you will be trivialized at the drop of a hat as soon as it's inconvenient, right? They'll have, like, a side character established that, you know, they have this powerful shield or something that can block up to X, you know, enemy attacks, but then when that would, you know, trivialize a moment, and then the you know, the bad guy of the arc wouldn't be able to do what he's supposed to do here, it just won't work, just because. Right? And either they'll just have it, you know, be weaker just cause, or they'll make up some nonsense like, oh yeah, they've got this ability and blah, 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 like, and then that never is relevant again. Because then later, that very thing they just mentioned, so that shield doesn't work anymore, so that maybe that bad guy becomes a good guy now, and they're fighting some other bad guy, and then that thing that he used to trivialize the shield would totally help here, but nope, it doesn't work now, because blah, 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 and it's just stupid, right? They're just pulling shit out of their ass. I have seen so many fucking anime that do that, and I have zero respect for that kind of writing, because you're obviously not respecting your own work at that point, right? You're just putting the cart before the horse, and anytime something gets in the way, you're just, you know, power of the pen, just make shit up, and it's garbage. And I see it. That's like Lost Encore everywhere. Lost Encore is like that constantly. He's like, oh, okay, here we go. It's just, oh my god, that kind of storytelling just kills me, dude. Dude, what's so dumb about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is almost every main antagonist you could beat with Mystical Space Typhoon. Like, so many times the main bad guy's, like, strategy is like, they got that one, like, permanent trap card on the field. Like, oh, you can't do anything because I got this permanent trap card in the Mystical Space Typhoon. And it's like, oh. There's just so many things like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, there's no world that would be a problem. Let me make sure I haven't already beat the mission here. I wasn't paying attention. Like, have you ever noticed when they make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game, like there's that like Legacy of the Duelist or whatever on Steam. Whenever you fight the big bad guys and things like that, they don't copy paste their decks, because their decks are shit. They always dramatically modify the characters' decks to have actual cards in them that make sense, right? Like, they always do that because their actual decks are utter garbage. The only mission we beat was the Skullbook one, so I don't think we have actually beat enough insects yet. When did I beat, wait, oh fuck, we weren't doing the insect one. I hope I didn't go over there. We might have killed more books than we needed. Oh, I wasn't really paying attention. Oh wait, no, we still got, okay, so we're almost done. We basically need to kill 20 books, 17 bones, okay, and then machines, but that's it. That's all we have left. That's not too bad. I mean, that's gonna take a spell. I really wish the machine one wasn't there, but... The thing is, if you make as-pulls part of the power system, that's just an excuse to do what I just said, and that's not any better, right? That's like, hey, look, now I can be a hack and have a cover for it. Oh, I'm so smart. I'm a genius. Oh no, they figured it out. It's like, I see that again all the time. It's kind of like that. That's the same logic. You'll have all these anime for no reason, for no fucking reason. Anyone that's important is female, right? Because, you know, waifu. That's the actual reason. But for just some reason, every main character, anyone that can fight the evil dragons, just happens to have boobs, right? But then you'll have, you know, shows that are like, oh, only women can pilot the special, you know, mech system, or only women can inherit the power of the moon, so of course only they can. That's not any better. That's just a dumbass excuse to justify, you know, something ridiculous there. And again, some shows aren't trying, you know, plenty of shows or movies or whatever. The goal of them is not to have a logical universe. The goal of them is not to be immersive. You know, sometimes it's like, you know, it's, you know, supposed to be just like an excuse for fan service, or it's supposed to be, you know, revenge fantasy or whatever, right? But a lot of times you have shows that are trying to have, like, you know, compelling characters and a believable universe and all these things, but they're just total hacks, dude. Like, they're just total fucking hacks. The worst is when, oh my god, this is the worst. This is the absolute worst, and there's too many anime like this to name, because this has become a real thing. Everything I just said about, you know, all the characters have to be female that can be important, except the main character, who is a self-insert and is the only guy that can do anything. But then is surrounded by, you know, a harem that has the normal powers for the universe, right? Oh my god, that is so fucking stupid. that is so fucking stupid, right? Like, the best, if you're gonna do an anime like that, the best way to go about it is, you just be shameless and don't try to justify it, right? When you try to justify it, you make it worse, right? When you're just like, oh yeah, no, we just wanted to see tits, right? That's fine, right? If you're like, yeah, no, we're just gonna have you know, an anime and it's just, you know, we just wanted to have hot waifus fighting things, you know, fair enough, right? But when you try to, like, act like it's more than that, then it's just like, that's fucking stupid, right? It's like Dynasty Warriors games, right? Most Dynasty Warriors games don't try to act like they have the mechanical depth of a fighting game, right? They know what they are, and they're okay with that, right? It is okay to make things that are just like brainless, you know, action movies, right? A lot of, like, God, most Jackie Chan movies have the stupidest plot on the planet, right? Like, completely stupid plot. But you're there because you want to see the really well choreographed, you know, fight scenes and stunts and everything, right? And that's fine, right? Like, fair enough. But when you try to act like there's more to it than that, kind of a problem. God, though, that is such a thing in anime. That is such a thing. See, John Wick does it pretty well, because John Wick, and I haven't seen, like, the later movies. I've only ever seen the first one. I know there's like a million of them now. But, like, the original John Wick, you know, kept it simple intentionally. They keep it straight and to the point. It knows exactly what it is. It is not trying to be anything more than that, and there you go. Off memory, I've never actually seen the second or third movie, but from what I've seen, there is some stuff in the second and third movie that is really stupid. I think in the second movie, like, they do this, like, they really blow out of proportion the whole criminal organization thing, and it just becomes absurd. Like, literally everyone on the street happens to be an assassin. Like 20% of the entire world's population is part of that assassin organization. That's just stupid. Like, that's, like, so contrived. Like, that I remember that I've seen that scene, like, at the end of the second movie or whatever, and I'm like, that is so absurd. And not in like an over-the-top action scene kind of a way, in like a backdrop world-building kind of way. Like, they didn't use it as like an action thing, right? That was pretty stupid, but I haven't actually seen the second movie, so I may be completely missing the point here. I know plenty of people that if someone killed their dog, they would try to kill the person that killed their dog. That's a thing. Like, there's plenty of people out in the world like that. Not saying you'd go to those extremes, but... From what I have seen, it's like the first movie keeps it simple on the story, but reasonable and, like, believable, and then overwhelmingly focuses on the action, right, and the badassery, right? And then the second movie just tries to ramp it up and kind of make it get a little ridiculous, right? And it's a lot less believable, I guess. But I don't think that many people care because, again, it's mostly about the action. It's just like most people that are going to watch, you know, boobs in anime aren't going to care too much about what I was talking about earlier. But my point is, you have stuff that's trying to be like more reasonable, but they're not, you know. And like I said, it just depends on what it is. And the thing is, Lost Encore should be trying to be better than that, right? But it's not. It's the same kind of just, you know, cart before the horse drivel. And it's a shame because Nasu does write very good characters, but that's why I really think he should put more effort into his actual stories. Because to make your characters shine, it really helps to not have a contrived story that's like bad. But he doesn't seem to care about that, and it's his story, so I mean, more power to him. I just like how they had to completely change how Gwen's NP worked, and then immediately it went back to working how it's supposed to work in every other Fate media. And they don't even give an explanation to that. It's just because. And even with them changing his NP, it still doesn't make any sense. If anything, it makes less sense, because theoretically, if he's just firing it in a concentrated beam like that, it should be more powerful, and there's literally nothing about anything in Nero's toolkit that would allow her to block someone's NP with her bare hands, and then falling into a ravine somehow means you survive. That is not a thing. And all this stuff with Robin, oh my god, there's so much wrong with the fights with Robin. I want to point out that Nero would have died literally in like the first 10 seconds against Robin Hood if it wasn't for that other master. And then everyone acts like Nero is so strong. It's like, okay, sure. Even without Gwen's sun buff, Gwen would absolutely body Nero. Like, I said this last stream, but literally go look up Gwen's character material book, or even his status page from, like, Fate Extra. Without the sun buff, he is a monster. He's still one of the most skilled swordsmen out there. You know, he's not, like, the best, but he's a very skilled swordsman. He has extremely high stats. He has very powerful skills, and he has a ridiculously powerful Noble Phantasm, and his Noble Phantasm does not get weaker or stronger based on the sun. It's the same skill, rank, and, you know, blast radius and everything. The NP doesn't change. It's just his stats that change. There is literally nothing Nero can do about Gwen's NP. Like, nothing. There's literally no way for her to deal with that, and it's not dodgeable either because it's just such a large blast. And she doesn't have particularly amazing stats like Face Tank, something like that. And then let alone the fact that he's a more experienced swordsman than she is by quite a large amount, and he has better stats than she does. There's just like, that's without the sun buff, right? There's no world where Nero is winning that one way or the other. Also, if I remember correctly, Gwen has a better master than Nero does too, so it's like a lot working against her here. Most of the cast in Fate Extra really just, and Tam is actually the worst. Tam could never beat Gwen. That is just absurd. And like, Tam is easily the weakest of the three in Fate Extra. It's not even close. Nameless could potentially do it. Like, I could buy Nameless potentially beating Gwen. He gets a little lucky, has the right strategy, you know, block out the sun buff. I can buy Nameless beating Gwen, right? Now, if they fought 100 times, you know, I don't think Nameless would have the higher win rate there. But I think it's possible, right? I can buy that one, right? But Nero and Tam, there's just no way. But, you know, it's a video game, so whoever wins in the video game wins in the story, right? That's generally how that goes. Even if it doesn't make any fucking sense. I feel like I am doing something wrong right now, but I'm just gonna roll with it. Nameless is not better than Enya, it's just that the Moon Cell is stronger than the fake Holy Grail thingy-majig. People forget that all of the time. Like, people are always crediting things to characters in Fate Extra, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, that's the Moon Cell. Believe it or not, Ku doesn't normally turn Volg into a skyscraper. That's not actually what that generally does. Did I not cast Waver's other skill or something? Why did I have to use Shakespeare's battery on Medusa? The things that happen when you're autopiloting. By the way, the moon cell is ridiculous. Does anyone else here, I actually know what the lore behind the moon cell is. Anyone else here actually know what the canonical explanation for what the moon cell is? Because, it's really fucking stupid, and okay, so basically this is like the established lore right now. Some unknown ancient, like potentially alien race made the moon cell, and in most timelines it doesn't exist. Nasu has straight up said this. In most timelines the moon cell does not exist. Like in Fate Stay Night, it doesn't exist. In Tsukihime, it doesn't exist. But and specifically the Fate Extra timelines exist for some not explained why. Not explained. There's no reason why it exists in Fate Extra, but doesn't exist in any meaningful way in the other timelines. No explanation given for that whatsoever. Anyway, and so some unknown potentially alien race made it a long time ago, and sent it to like observe Earth at the beginning of Earth's creation or something, and it's just sitting there on the moon, and it just gathers all data that happens on Earth just because, and it's some just super advanced computer, super hacks god mode thing. It's a complete ass pull, right? They just made something up to justify this new universe that they wanted to do, and they gave it no flushed out backstory, no real reason, because, obviously Fate Stay Night, the Grail is pretty contrived as well, but they gave it a flushed out backstory and reason, and it's believable, and it's internally consistent with the rules that were established even in Tsukihime and K and everything. They didn't break anything there, and it expands on the universe completely logically in a reasonable way. And the moon cell is just LOL, we made it up, and it's super powerful, no take backsies, and that's just it. It's like, yeah, no, it's just the most powerful thing ever, because aliens, yeah, sure. And then when retroactively it obviously doesn't fit in with like the Crimson Moon from Tsukihime and all this stuff, Natsu's like, oh yeah, no, but it's just not in those timelines. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's just garbage. Like, you just literally made it up on the fly. Like, oh yeah, no, it's super. It's so powerful, guys, because it's so much stronger than any other thing like it. But by the way, anywhere in my previous established works where that would be a problem, yeah, it just doesn't exist. Oh, you saw that, Poi? Oh no, you missed it. Yeah, he got pretty far though. He did pretty well. I'm excited to see how he does when like stronger command codes come out, like the heal command code and all that. I'm really interested to see how it does. Okay, so we need to kill, I think, at least 2 more stages of this, and then what else did we need? I forgot what the other thing we needed was. Oh, the bone guys. We need like 4 or 6 runs of that. And then unfortunately a fuckload of robots. That's gonna take a minute. The supercomputer can summon Buddha and everything else, hi Cairo, because it was recording all of Earth's data that whole time. So it it made a copy of all, like just like how the Throne of Heroes makes a copy of all of the people that lived. Well, actually what it does is it basically takes their soul. The Throne of Hero basically takes the actual soul of the heroes and mythological figures and everything and puts them in the Throne of Heroes. And then it makes copies based on those souls to mimic them, and so on and so forth. The moon cell basically just copied the data of these things and just makes virtual recreations of them, essentially. There's a little bit more to it than that. That's pretty dumbed down, but they really never explained, like the conflicts between the type moon and the moon cell are literally not explained. It's basically just like, nope, in Fate Extra, moon cell, everything else, no moon cell. That's basically all there is. But yeah, it's not in Fate Stay Night, it's not in Fate Epoch, it's only in the Fate Extra timelines. God, the reason for why Scath is in the Moon Cell is so fucking absurd. You can tell they just literally made that up on the fly. Like, oh yeah, we want her to be in the game because she's popular and, you know, thighs or something. But yeah, that doesn't really make any sense with the established lore. It recorded the humanity's perception of Scath's history. Yeah, there we go. I had to slap that. No one's gonna read this, guys. Who cares? Just put it in the game. It's fine. All right, ship it. There we go. Nailed it. That's pretty much Scath in the Extraverse. And they're probably right. Ain't nobody reading that shit, so. Makes perfect sense to me. I mean, they've done worse, I suppose. And now they keep coming up with ways in FGO for the Throne of Heroes to record things, but only in certain timelines, which makes no sense because the Throne of Heroes is supposed to be beyond time and space. It's stupid. Like, it don't make no fucking sense. Because, like, Shiki and Fujino, they're very explicit about this, cannot be summoned in Fate Stay Night, Fate Epoch, and so on and so forth. They're only summonable in the FGO universe. And they basically made up this whole, like, oh yeah, you know, it copies them, but, you know, only for this. It's like a emergency thing. It's just, it's a way for them to, like, put something in, but they don't actually want to be summonable for other works, essentially. The thing is, I don't think it like I guess it like copies their soul or something. I don't remember exactly, but it still the Moon Cell still needed them to die, and Scath never died. It's the same shtick there. Also, you know, she's off in the land of shadows, not on Earth, and so on and so forth. Basically, the Moon Cell's trying to be Metal Sonic from Sonic Heroes. If anybody gets that reference. But that's basically the Moon Cell. 2,000 lives, that's enough. All this Smash music right now. Although I guess that other one was Mario Party or something. Eh, same thing. Mario Party 5, Smash Brothers Melee, same game. Man, Sega did not know how to manage the Sonic IP. Like, not even a little bit. And it's not just in like the, you know, recent, you know, 3D era or anything. Even back when it was more popular, like in the 2D era, they still did stupid shit like Sonic Pinball and Sonic Blast and was it Knuckles and Chaotix or like they've consistently like shit the bed when it comes to that IP. It's more of an accident that any of the games were ever any good. Sega's pretty stupid when you look through their history as a company. They have pretty consistently made awful decisions. The fact that they're still around is shocking. And sure, they've had some talented people work for them. Absolutely, they've very much had some talented people work for them over the years. But they've had a lot of terrible management. I'm guessing the Crimson Moon is probably just dormant in the Extra universe, like, completely. I doubt they would say, like, Type Moon doesn't exist in the Extra universe, just because all that stuff is pretty fundamental to just, like, the Natsuverse. But, you know, they might have that one, you know, set of universes that just isn't that way, just because that's what they needed to make it work, so... But they, like, never mention anything about Types or any of that shit in Fate Extra. They don't, like, they never even touch on it. They basically just act like... Because really, the lore between Tsukihime and Fate Extra is so at conflict, and it's never addressed, other than like this one thing Nasu said one time, but in the actual stories, never addressed. So they operate as two completely different entities, like two different moons. Like they're just so disconnected. No, the moon cell never fought the moon. That literally never happened. It also wouldn't make any sense. Because again, that just breaks so many... Even if that did happen, like that doesn't explain a billion other things, like with Arc and so on. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. And nothing hints towards that, nothing says that, like nothing. They just literally act like the moon, as it is in the other timelines, just doesn't work that way. And I don't think they even thought about it, literally. They wanted their stupid, you know, virtual world on the moon for some fucking reason, and they didn't think about, oh wait a minute, we already have a bunch of established lore for the moon. You probably would have known about types, actually, even if it wasn't for my stream, because they're probably going to use types in FGO. They've been hinting at that quite a bit. So, they're going to show up eventually. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's a red herring. You know, they do things like that sometimes. There's some red herrings in Fate Strange Fate, for example. But I don't think so. I think I mean, there's a chance that it's a red herring, that, like, you know, the alien god wants to wake up Ort and so on and so forth, and it just doesn't pan out, and you never fight him and you never see him. Maybe they just mention, oh yeah, there's that one really scary thing, and that's it. But I suspect with types, at least one type is going to show up by the end of 2.0. Whoops, wasn't supposed to cast that. Thankfully, it lasts 2 turns. But yeah, ultimately, they have very much set it up where Fate Extra is just very separate from the other timelines and stuff. It's very different. And they wanted it to be that way. My whole thing is I think they could have done a better job of explaining that. And they could have made it like Fate Prototype and Lantoria's World and all that. The thing is, they hadn't made that concept up yet. Like when they wrote Fate Extra, and because Fate Extra is the foundation of all of the Extraverse stuff, they hadn't come up with any of that stuff. They didn't know what they were doing with Fate Prototype. They didn't, because at the time Fate Prototype was just not connected to Fate Stay Night. You know, it was like its own thing. Obviously, it was very similar, but then eventually like with Fate Labyrinth, they made it part of the actual Natsuverse. But by the time they'd done that kind of stuff, you know, they'd already made Fate Extra. So if they made Fate Extra now, they probably would have been like, oh yeah, it's just, you know, a separate world, but these other ones are separate worlds. But yeah, for some reason it's like kind of connected, but it's not, and it's really weird. The thing is, it's not really FGO that has implied that it's from the Orc Cloud. They've always done that. People are just stupid. Like, I remember I've had people in my chat act like I had the tinfoil hat on, but y'all that have been... I've said this forever. I have since long before FGO actually mentioned Ort, because they only mentioned Ort and FGO like 8 months ago. Like for out of all this game's life, it was like 8 months ago, right? So, and the game's been out for almost 6 years. And you know, I've been saying since long before those 8 months that I thought, you know, Ort was probably not Type Mercury, and they've always implied that. That for once, that's not an assful by Type Moon. They've always implied that. In the original character material book, you know, all the other types are just listed as Type Jupiter, you know, Type Uranus, Type Saturn, you know, so on and so forth. But Ort is just randomly listed as Type Mercury ? And they even say in its like a description that it's probably not the strongest thing from Mercury, and the strongest thing from Mercury should be the thing that is Type Mercury. And then you know, it's been translated as ORT, but you know, most likely it's always, for example, because Notes was written forever ago, and the character material book was written forever ago. Back then, they spelled Medusa like it was like Medusa USA or some shit. Like it was like Medusa with USA tagged on at the end for some fucking reason. I can't remember exactly how they typed it, but yeah, they literally used to spell Medusa that way. So I think they always meant it to be spelled like Ort, as in Ort Cloud. They just fucked it up, just like they fucked up every other name. And so it's not like a retcon or anything. I think from the very beginning, they intended Ort to be the ultimate one of the Ort Cloud, because the Ort Cloud was discovered before they wrote any of that, and I think they just spelled it wrong. And I think they wanted to kind of make you think it was from Mercury, and then, because they don't mention the Ort Cloud ever in notes or in notes character material, ever. They never mention it. But I think they were aware of it, and I think they had decided it was going to be part of the Ort Cloud, and they were going to reveal that later. Because they said that originally they were going to do more with notes, they just never did. And I think Ort would have been a part of that. And the fact that they wanted you to think he was from Mercury, but oh, nope, he was actually from the Ort Cloud. I bet you dumb nerds didn't even know what the Ort Cloud was. We're so clever, right? I think that's what they were going for. But not later at the revisiting it, they're kind of just, revealing that now. And people are like, oh, they're retconning it? No, they're not retconning it. I think it literally has always been, again, original character material book written so many fucking years ago, like 15 years ago or some shit. More like 12 maybe, but anyway, it straight up says Type Mercury ? Where none of the other ones have that. That was clearly going to be a thing. And the fact that it was named O-R-T when the Ort Cloud is spelled O-O-R-T, like, I mean, I don't think I'm really reading between the lines here, right? This is pretty obvious what was going on back then. Because what they had said is if they had done more with notes, the Crimson Moon was going to be the second to last boss, like the boss before the final boss. It was like the second to last hurdle. That's what they had said, but they didn't say what the final boss would have been. My guess is the moon was up to some shenanigans, and it probably had something to do with some of the things that really went wrong in that timeline. It had arterial motives going on that weren't really aligned with the other types. And I think it was probably in league with Ort. And that just explains a million things. It explains a million things. It's like, it's a hijacking. I really think that's what was going on. We'll probably never know, but I really think this is what was happening. So, the moon is up to some bullshit, right? Earth dies, summons the other types. The moon is like, yo, or let's pretend you're Mercury. Let's go kill the actual type Mercury. Then you can put on his clothes, and you can be like, yeah, I'm type Mercury, guys. I'm supposed to show up and help Earth out, right? But that's not what you're here for. He's here for something else, and he's actually the ultimate one, from the Ort Cloud, which probably wasn't in league with Gaia the whole time. And that's why, because also Ort has vampiric abilities. That's a confirmed thing. And it's never explained why. In universe, people don't even know why. Like, the people that had discovered Ort, they're like, for some reason it has vampiric abilities, so I guess we'll call it a dead ancestor. But it's not a dead ancestor, in the same, it doesn't have like the same background that the dead ancestors are, and it's a fucking alien. And they literally have no idea why. For some reason it has vampiric abilities, and they have no idea why. However, in the Nasuverse, proper, like, dead ancestors and everything have their vampiric abilities because of their connection to the Crimson Moon, which is type Moon, right? So they've got vampiric abilities because of the moon. They said that the moon was going to be the second to final boss, and then Ort is this, weird thing that's different than the other types for some reason, and for some reason it has vampiric abilities, right? Like, I suspect they were in league or something, and that was going to be like the big reveal at the end or whatever, but they never got around to doing more stuff with the Notes universe, so. But yeah, hopefully, who knows, maybe they'll stick. I think there's a chance they might even stick to some of that stuff. I think they might pull from some of those original ideas in FGO, because they're hinting at Ort, right? Well, I mean, they're not even hinting at Ort. Ort is in Lost Belt 7. Now, if he's going to be a big part of the story or not, who knows? But Ort is in Lost Belt 7. Lost Belt 7 takes place where Ort landed on Earth, and he is there. And they even hint at him in the opening and all that. And they have mildly hinted at Type Moon throughout FGO and in Lost Belt a little bit. Like, the Crimson Moon has been a thing in FGO. And so maybe it's going to actually play a role in the last couple of stories. That'd be a cool ending. I think that'd be a really cool ending to Lost Belt 2. They need, if they're going to do that, though, they need to, like, build up to it more, because they've been building up to the alien god this whole time. A lot of people, even though, those are established things, if they kind of just ass-pull LOL, Type Moon, and Ort, final bad guy, lol, right? A lot of people are going to be like, well, where did that come from, right? So they need to actually, lay some groundwork here in 6 and 7. We'll see, though. I mean, it's clearly a thing. I mean, you literally can see Ort's outline in the opening for like that second opening they made for the Lost Belts. I hope Daybit turns out to be cool, but man, we know so little about him. I feel like he's such a meme too. People like have some of these crazy theories and everything. I feel like no matter what he turns out to be, it's going to be underwhelming. And he might seriously just be a cryptor that's like a bro to the other cryptors, and that's it. Like, he might not actually have like some big grand plan or whatever, or some scheme or, you know, hidden ability. It might just be that. I do expect it'll be more than that, but we shall see. Yeah, they don't really mention types much. I mean, they're mostly in notes and Tsukihime, and that's like it. And Tsukihime is really old, so ain't nobody actually read that. And really, all Tsukihime does with types is type Moon specifically, and then kind of foreshadowing to the whole thing that like Earth doesn't have a proper type. It's trying to make one, but it just never does, right? Because it wants Arc to be type Earth, right? It's like what it's trying to do, but it just never works. And we literally don't even know why. They just have said basically Earth is you know, at various times throughout history has tried to make type Earth, and it just can't. And it's either and they haven't explained if it can't because there's like some reason it can't. There's some like deep, you know, thing that's like preventing it from happening, or some like hidden, you know, bad guy or whatever. They have, or if it's just bad luck. It's like, oh yeah, it's possible. It's never able to meet the criteria, right? They never explain. Yeah, no, Mothman's not even remotely close to being type Earth. Like, not first off, he doesn't. What he's trying to do and what he isn't even what the Earth is looking for in the slightest. And he's also not even. He's powerful and everything, but he's not even in the ballpark of what an ultimate one would be. Basically, what they've said is Arc is what it was trying to make type Earth, but it just doesn't, and they basically refer to it as Arc type Earth. And then following their logic, I always said Adam is probably the closest thing that other than Arc becoming type Earth, but that didn't work out either. I mean, Adam died before he made it to stage 3, but it is confirmed. I mean, Adam did get the blessing of Earth. Like, it's the second Adam was made, Earth is blessing it. It's not a VC Brawn. Earth is doing that, right? So it's on Team Adam. Like, it's totally down for Adam, right? If Adam would become strong enough or not, or so on and so forth, you know, because it's just like Grands, you know, the requirement to be a type might be some convoluted bullshit, right? Like, who knows? Yeah, I've said that maybe Tiamat could have been type Earth, but it's hard to say because she's potentially an alien. So, that might not work. Alaya is like the collective consciousness of humanity, and then Gaia is the Earth. And sometimes they like coincide, but as time goes on, they normally become more and more at odds with each other. That's honestly like the backbone of almost all Nasuverse stories. Like even Fate Extra has a lot of that stuff. Like that's a real fundamental part of Nasuverse stories. Is the Earth is alive and has like its own consciousness, and then humanity has like this thing called Alaya that's like collective consciousness of like humanity, or it's more like not exactly the collective consciousness of humanity. It's more like the will of humanity wanting to survive, like given form, kind of. It's very weird. If that sounds like abstract nonsense, that's because it is. But that's like the reason for the counterforce and like, you know, all that nonsense. Well, they're not exactly alive. Like, types don't even have the concept of death because they're not necessarily alive. Basically, how they explain it, this is getting really weird, by the way, but this is welcome to the Nasuverse. And by the way, I don't think Nasu ever I don't think he flushed what I'm about to say out, and he probably, if he ever revisited these things, he'd probably schwink it and just make it up as he goes. But basically, each planet is supposed to be super alien to each other. This is something they made very clear, and they've stuck to that. So not only are like the types aliens to Earth, but the types are alien to each other, right? Like type Jupiter is really alien to type Venus, right? They don't understand each other. Their planets work completely different. Their rules work completely different. Their goals are completely different. Like they're just super weird, right? Like to each other, they're not on the same wavelength at all, right? So each planet is supposed to be very different from the other planets. So what's going on with Earth, how Earth works, its mechanics and stuff are just not how Jupiter works, right? That is very much a thing. So like what each individual type basically, you know, is like a personification of like their own planet. So, you know, some of them are like Venus is the closest to anything on Earth. You know, she like thinks in a way that is kind of like in line with humans, and that's why she's able to communicate with humans and like get along with them and that kind of thing. But like type Jupiter literally cannot understand humans at all. Like they're completely alien to each other, and they're never going to understand each other. So like what type Jupiter isn't exactly alive, air quotes, by like the definition that like, you know, things on Earth would have, right? It doesn't have a heartbeat, it doesn't have blood, it doesn't have a brain, it doesn't, you know, we might see it as more like a construct, but to Jupiter, that's the shtick, right? That's how it's supposed to be. So that's just like a thing where each planet is supposed to be very alien to each other, which is actually kind of cool. I'm okay with that. But basically, for those that don't know, types are whatever life form on each planet that like evolved to the pinnacle and is basically inherits the will of their planet, right? So whatever you know lives on Jupiter, whatever is the baddest badass that you know can like align with Jupiter, right? That's not like trying to blow up Jupiter or anything crazy like that. So whatever is like the strongest thing on Jupiter that gets to a certain power level basically inherits like the crown of Jupiter and is like Jupiter's avatar almost, right? It's like, go forth, my child, right? Like that's basically what it is. And it's supposed to protect Jupiter, right? It's supposed to be the main thing that protects Jupiter, ultimately most likely from like, you know, beasts and outer gods and alien invasions and, you know, the White Titan and stupid shit like that, right? That's the point of types, right? And each celestial body you know, gets one of these things, and then Earth just doesn't have one for some reason. That's like a big thing in the Natsuverse, is that Earth doesn't have a type, and it's trying to make one. That's a big part of Tsukihime, is Earth trying to make a type, but it just doesn't work out. But yeah, so that's, and Oort is, you know, they thought it was the ultimate one of Mercury, but Oort is probably the ultimate one of the Oort cloud. Thankfully, is very lucky that they did this, because I have to look this up. Maybe my timeline might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they came up with the concept of Tsukihime and notes and all that like early type moon stuff. A lot of that was written before they had discovered that Pluto wasn't a planet. But thankfully, they had said from the beginning that types are like the ultimate one of major celestial bodies. That's always what they said. They were, and my guess is they said that because their plot twist was going to be Oort later. And like, oh, Oort's not from a planet. Oort's from the Oort cloud, right? I'm pretty sure that's the reason he said that they were celestial bodies and not planets. But thankfully that worked out for Pluto because you know, Pluto's not a planet. Pluto is an ice giant. Okay, everyone's mad about that. That's like an ongoing thing, that people are mad that Pluto is not a planet anymore. But I have never understood that, because Pluto is cooler now. Like, I literally think Pluto is cooler because it's not a planet. It gets to be, look at you bitches. Look at all you planets being like each other, you bunch of nerds. I'm an ice giant. Ain't nothing else in the solar system like me, right? He gets to have the sunglasses. You know, he's the unique snowflake, or in this case, unique ice giant. You know, that's pretty cool. You know, it's one of a kind in the solar system, right? Where all the other planets, they're just planets. There's a bunch of those. Like, who cares about that? Yeah, we recently got like way better pictures of Pluto. And yeah, it's pretty wild. And you can tell it's ice. That thing is ice. It's just in a form and in a state that is so like not how ice looks on Earth. But that's because we don't have basically a giant ice asteroid, you know, with its own gravity, right? We don't have anything like that, so it's pretty trippy. But yeah, everyone saw Pluto not being a planet as a downgrade. I see it as like, it gets to be cool now, right? It's like, because as a planet, it was like the bitch planet, but now it's like this really unique existence, right? So it's not so bad. It ruins my Sailor Moon lineup. Yeah, so Sailor Moon, I imagine, was written before they knew Pluto was not a planet. So did they ever mention that in Sailor Moon? I've never watched Sailor Moon. But do they ever mention like planets and shit with the, what are they called, sailors, I guess? Because it's called Sailor Moon, right? I really do not know much about Sailor Moon. I know there's, the main one is the moon one, and then there's some guy with a mask that never does anything. That's literally all I know. I don't even know who the villains are. I don't know if there is a villain. I don't know if it's episodic or serial or mixed. I have no fucking idea. Like, I know literally nothing about Sailor Moon. I just know the green one is the best one because it's green. Chat, I want your all's opinion. Is Sailor Moon popular because it's actually good, or is it popular because of nostalgia? Because I literally don't have an opinion on this because I've never seen it. But because I see people say that. I see both camps all the time, where people are like, oh, it's only, you know, people only like it because of nostalgia. Then some people say, yeah, some of it's nostalgia, but there still is, you know, some good stuff in it. But I have no idea. Both? Yeah, I see a lot of people say both. Probably just depends on what you like, I have to imagine. What a lot of people say is there's definitely nostalgia, but it's still like a fundamental anime that like moved the genre forward and everything. But I don't even watch that genre of anime, so I could not tell you. I would watch it just for like historical reasons if it wasn't so long. But isn't it like 1 million episodes? Isn't it one of those? Dude, I found out yesterday, because I don't watch Pokemon either. I don't think I've ever watched a full episode of Pokemon. I've watched one of the movies, I think the first movie, but that's all I've ever seen really of Pokemon. But I just found out that apparently... See, okay, I thought... Hey, Degenerate, thank you for the 8-month sub. I thought that Pokemon... I knew the original run was really long, but I thought eventually it became like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you had like, you know, Pokemon Z... Bex, right? And the main character's Bob or Shirley or whatever. But apparently, just Pokemon is still running and the main character is still Ash. I cannot even fathom that because Pokemon was a thing when I was, you know, a weebob, and that most of y'all weren't even born yet, for God's sake. So I'm confused. Apparently he has he ever had a birthday? Have you ever had a birthday episode for Ash? Or is he just exactly the same? Because people were saying on my Discord that he's the same age, but I feel like that's hard to believe because surely there's so much like screen time of Pokemon that's impossible, right? And did they ever have birthday episodes? Or no? He's always 12? Some people said he was 10. Because surely... Like, even if some, okay, for example, an episode is like 20 minutes, right? That's not actually that much time. But surely in some of the episodes, multiple days go by, and some not. Like, some episodes could potentially happen in the same day as other episodes, sure. But, like, with all of the movies and 5 billion anime episodes, he would have to have at least been, like, 3 or 4 years older by now, right? Like, what the fuck? Only existed to sell merch, feels bad. There's an old episode where they celebrate 1 year, but it's not canon. Is Ash popular? Like, I feel like they could just change the main character from time to time and no one would even care, right? But am I wrong? Is like Ash like all the rage? Oh, excuse me, was it Isla Zach or something? God, I can never say that one. Thank you for 5 months. Ash is what every employer is looking for, a 10-year-old with 22 years of experience. Yeah, pretty much. They're more looking for like a 16-year-old, a 20-year-old with that, but that is a thing. I'm clicking the wrong buttons again. Thankfully it doesn't matter. Like, they could have at least aged him up to be like 15 or something, right? Like, that doesn't seem outrageous. Does he still use does he still use Pikachu all the time? Like, I thought Pikachu was like the main one, but that was just like a long time ago, right? And there's all the new generations now. But is it still Ash and Pikachu? Oh my god, it's seriously just still Ash and Pikachu. How many times? Okay, Pokemon fans, how many times have you heard Pikachu say his name? Do you think over the years? Like, it must be so many. Yes. Hey Fury, we're literally just talking about Pokemon. It's so weird to me. I don't understand. Like, I feel like from a management standpoint, they could have accomplished what they needed to accomplish from like a merchandise standpoint and everything, and still have had Ash become like 15. Because 15 is a more popular age anyway, right? Or just change main characters. Yeah, how many episodes are there, like, total, out of, like, the whole... Oh my god, we just 4 turns. Feels bad. Yeah, there's always new kids to appeal to, I get that, and that's, like, such a thing in media at large. That's the thing with streamers, too, dude. Like, streamers are always trying to appeal to kids. Right, that's why a lot of popular streamers, you know, try not to cuss and stuff, because who has the most free time? Kids. You know, you got YouTube channels that are all about like toy reviews and all that stuff. That's a huge demographic. It's just a fact, man. You get more money from kids than you do from, you know, because when you get older, you got school, and then you have college, and then you got a job. You don't got as much time to sit on your ass and watch a stream or a YouTube video or whatever, right? So a lot of people are constantly trying to like reinvent themselves to keep focusing on that really young demographic. However, I feel like Ash being 10 is just too young, because I think one of the prime ages is like, you know, that 13 to, you know, 16 range. That's when people have a lot of free time, but more buying power, you know, parents buying them stuff and so on, right? I feel like, I mean, I'm sure there's a market for, you know, aiming things at 10-year-olds, but generally you want to get in that. Because a lot of things that like 13-year-olds or 15-year-olds enjoy, 10-year-olds will still enjoy to a degree too, right? So I feel like Ash being 10 is just crazy. Wait, how many more is it? Have I still not killed all these? Oh fuck, I have. Damn it. Oh my god, oh my god. Not only have I already killed all these, but I don't have the quest turn in. That means I beat it a while ago. Oh god, what have I been doing? Fuck, okay, we only got the, fuck. I don't even need the drops there, what a waste. Yeah, I don't need any of that. I like how this drop over here we haven't gotten. I wonder if that's a gold gem. That's obviously the CE right here. Alright, let's go get, fuck, I'm so pissed. I probably over-farmed that a lot. Alright, we need machine and we need the skeletons. We'll do the skeletons. Or bring Scath. I swear we shouldn't need a double buffer on this one. It depends on the second wave though. That scares me sometimes though, when it comes to like companies appealing to kids and stuff, because kids don't have any quality control, right? They have no taste. You're an idiot kid. You'll enjoy something because the colors or the sound effects. Like seriously, when you're like 11, you do not have any taste or standards. So like for example, Sonic Forces, which is a buggy mess that was clearly developed in a very short period of time, and very little effort was put into like really having something that lasts and having like, it's not a quality game, right? Like, it sold 4 million copies. It sold 4 million copies in like the first 2 weeks. So in total it sold more than that. And that's just the documented sales, right? A lot of times you don't get the numbers on every platform. Like that's nuts, right? Like that much money, and they literally just pumped out shovelware, right? Like that's not great. And you know, if the kids are having fun, good for them, right? But it's nice if kids can have fun and you make something that when they grow up, they can look back on it and be like, oh yeah, that's not a hot steaming pile of garbage. I think we've all grown up and had things that were like, wow, that was a hot steaming pile of garbage when you look back on it. But then you have other things you're like, oh, no, that actually aged pretty well, right? So, you know, it's nice when that can happen. It's also nice when things are good enough that it can be enjoyed at all ranges, right? It's a very rare thing, but it can happen. Okay, 100k, that's actually more than the other enemies. The other enemies were like in the 80 to 90k range. I wonder if we need to change Spartacus out for something else then. If I can help it not do this switch, that would add up. Let's see, what do I got? This account really doesn't have options though for assassins. Some of the other classes I did, like when we were fighting riders, I could have done Cleopatra, I just forgot. Like some of those other nodes, I really could have farmed better. But, because basically this team was made for assassins because there's fuck all that I could do against assassins, and I just kept using it for things that weren't assassins. But now we're back at assassins again, so. There are a few Mario games that are bad, but yeah, Mario games do do an excellent job at like having enough depth and stuff people can do if, you know, you're older and are better at video games and stuff, and then it can still be totally playable by younger people and they can enjoy it still. Like, Mario games are actually, like, extremely good in that department. A7 is preparing a major update. Once that update hits, players will be able to choose one of 6 MLB 5 stars to get for free. Dark Corvus is one of them. I'll pick that. Nice. Yeah, just let me know. I've been logging into that game every day though, so like I wouldn't miss it. But yeah, Dark Corvus is like the one thing in that game that I've wanted that I just haven't been able to get. So if I can just grab that, I'll be really happy there. Oh fuck, there's 2 of them now. That messes things up a bit. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff in Epic 7 that I really like. I talk about this a lot, but dude, it is so frustrating because there's legitimately some fun ideas in Epic 7, and I really like the units, I really like the art style, I like a lot of the different gameplay synergies between units and stuff, but the gearing in that game runs everything. I mean, on such a fundamental level, it runs fucking everything. Because a lot of content it would be fun to, like, hey, I can make a team and enjoy these units working together, but oh, I overgear the hell out of it. There's so much content you're just gonna overgear the hell out of, and it's trivial, right? And then the opposite problem, you can have a lot of stuff where you don't have good enough gear to do it, or you do have good enough gear to do it, but only with your best units. And if you're like, oh, but I want to use all these other units because they have fun synergy together. Well, too bad, because you haven't grinded for 30,000 hours to get those units good enough gear to do that content. So it sucks, right? Like it could be such a good game. But I think their problem is they don't know how to incentivize players to keep playing without just dangling the endless treadmill of gear in front of them. They don't know how to do it. Like that is, I think, is the problem. And that's a problem I think a lot of games are having right now. You see a lot of games don't know how to maintain people's attention without just making them grind gear forever. Like that's such a thing. And it's because it's hard. It's hard to make games that are engaging and whatnot, that are reasonable in the gear department. So a lot of games do accomplish that, but they're adding a real co-op guild thing. Oh, that sounds awesome. I'll do that. I do enjoy the guild stuff in that game, for sure. That sounds a little weird, Fury, but I'll do it. But yeah, I would stream that game more if it wasn't like that. Like, the gear in that game just kills the... You can't just, like, use units and, you know, have fun with team comps. It's, like, so not a thing. Like, you can only do things in the right gear range. And then getting to that just takes so long. I'm just always hoping that someday they'll do a big update where they really address gearing, but they just... If anything, they constantly make it worse. They keep making it, like, the treadmill longer. Okay, how many of these am I gonna need? I think I need, like, 20... We're actually pretty close, because we don't need that many machines. I think we only need to kill 12 machines, and that's like 2 or 3 runs, so... That shouldn't be too bad. I guess I can summon Scath, it doesn't really matter. Probably shouldn't bring the bonus spawn because it's kind of bad for what we're doing. Alright, is there anything I can use for other than Spartacus? Can Mordred hit harder than Spartacus here? They're probably about the same. I have no caster DPS, and I have no other Berserker I think that could... Well, I could use Darius. Darius doesn't have his third skill upgrade. I'm not sure he'd hit harder. But I could use Darius and like, honestly, the best thing I could do is summon Merlin, because I don't need the battery. But no one slots Merlin. We probably just stick with... I might try Darius real quick just to see. Like, see if he hits harder. Without... He does, I think, on JP now, but I don't think he does in an A. I wouldn't think so. Oh, right, a VC Braun's a thing. I doubt a VC Braun hits harder either, though, because he doesn't have his upgraded NP. If he had his upgraded NP, he absolutely would. However, I could give him, like, Black Grail or something. So actually, that might be better. Why is everyone slotting, like, every CE I don't want to see? This is crazy. Please tell me I leveled a VC Braun over here. Okay, I did. There's Caster Coup as well. Let's see. Caster Coup has... Actually, Caster Coup is probably the way to go, then. Because he also has a battery. The thing is, if VC Braun, though, can use Black Grail, where Caster Coup cannot. Although Black Grail makes you watch the dot animation every time. Let's see if Caster Coup works. Just let's find out. And if he doesn't, then we'll try that. Literally anything but the rare spawn. Because at this point we don't want the rare spawn spawning anymore. Because we're not doing an AoE at the end, we're doing a single target, so the extra spawn's bad. And we got so many rare spawns on that previous stage, I don't give a fuck. Odin time, yeah. We might find out about that really soon, actually. Oh my god, I'm so worried though that they're just gonna cock tease everything in Lost Belt 6 and you have to wait for Lost Belt 6 too for anything to really happen. Because ultimately, that's how Lost Belt 5 was. I mean, everything I was looking forward to is like learning more about Canis and Wadim and Zeus. That was like the things I was like, oh yeah, I want to see what's going on there. And like, what's Zeus gonna do? Jesus Christ, hi Nicole, that is so many gifted subs. Let's see if my notifications are fixed. I think they are. Did it play? Did it play the first time? But thank you, Nicole. That is a lot of gifted subs. You gifted 105 gifted subs over time. Jesus, man, I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, I think I fixed the notification spam. Feels good, man. My god, dude, thank you a lot. What was I just talking about? Oh yeah, so when we were going into Lost Belt 5, rip wallet indeed. Yeah, please don't feel like you need to maintain that level of gifted subs, right? You really don't, but I do appreciate the support, man. Anyway, so going into Lost Belt 5, you know, I'm looking forward to like, oh my god, we can see Zeus, you know, what's going on, more Greek stuff, you know, finally figure out, you know, the details with, you know, what Wadim is up to and Canis and the twins and everything. That sounds like a bad band, Canis and the Twins. But then you didn't really learn any of that, right? You didn't learn any of that. You just got hinted at a bit, and you got, hey, look at all these new things that have nothing to do with any of that. And then you had to go through that, and you had to wait another 6 fucking months to get any real, you know, any of the meat of Lost Belt 5 that you wanted, right? Because you had to wait for Lost Belt 5 2. And although Lost Belt 5 1 was still, you know, neat and it's like some fun stuff, you know, it was kind of filler. It was kind of just like hinting at the stuff you actually wanted to see. Okay, that's not nearly enough damage. Spartacus was way better than that. Poseidon core, I know, right? But yeah, so I'm worried Lost Belt 6 is going to be the same thing, where it's like, oh wait, I didn't switch in. That's the whole point, is we're trying to find one where you don't need to switch in. Yeah, if I swapped in Shakespeare, Caster Coup would have killed there. So he actually is probably better than Spartacus then. But I want to not switch if I can. We'll try Black Grail, see how that does. I don't have MLB Black Grail though, so I'd be pushing it. If it was JP of VC Braun, it'd be excellent because he does so much more damage on JP. Because not only does his NP was upgraded, and I think that's roughly a 20% damage increase on the NP, but then he also casts NP damage up before NP damage. I think it's like 10 to 20% as well, so he gets like a 30 to 40% damage increase. That's massive, right? That's a very significant change. Lost Belt 5-2 was over a year ago. That's so messed up. And that means Lost Belt 5-1 was even more than a year ago. So we've been in Lost Belt 5 for well over a year. Because, you know, we just did 5.5. I can't believe that NA is about to go into Lost Belt 4 and we haven't left Lost Belt 5. Like, technically. Like, that's just nonsense. Like, we haven't gone from 5 to 6. And NA is about to go to 4. Right? Like, what the hell? 352? Divinity, man, just get fucked. How about this music, though? Yeah, we went back to 4, technically. Oh, that was a weekly, that'd be. Blowing more apples than is necessary, but what are you gonna do? All of them have the thing now. Hey, legend, thank you for the. What's all the subs, guys? Thank you though. Thank you for the 10 months. All right, let's go. Where is my Black Grail? There we go. Fuck, I haven't leveled his skills as much. It's probably still more than enough, but actually, I think we could use Casterku, couldn't we? Well, no, you'd have to get cards at the start. You know, we'll stick with the VC Braun then. You could Spartacus. Now Rosh is fine though. Divinity in lore is a mixed bag. Mostly, it's like, it doesn't do anything. It's just a sign of someone that's generally powerful, because if you have Divinity, you're probably connected to gods, and that's generally something that makes you really strong. But in lore, it's a mixed bag. So, in FGO, the reason why it feels like just a complete negative is because they often will represent characters' anti-divinity abilities in gameplay, where they do not represent the opposite. Right, so example, you shouldn't be able to like fight Aussie at all unless you have Divinity or some very specific hacks abilities, right? But they don't represent that in FGO at all. So it's a huge boon to have Divinity against Aussie. He's so much harder to fight if you don't have Divinity. But they don't make that a thing in FGO. But they do make like Scath's anti-divinity a thing. Although I guess they don't make Gilgamesh's anti-divinity a thing. Because seriously, Gilgamesh is so much stronger against people with divinity. He's actually so strong with people with divinity, I think they're gonna often, if they ever use Gilgamesh more, they're just gonna bullshit it. Because this is what, remember I was talking about earlier about stories making shit up, and like when things from the past, like run things in the future, they just change it just so it doesn't like mess up their story, and they can't plan ahead enough to make the story good regardless, right? It's called being a hack. So for example, if they have Gilgamesh fights like someone with an insanely high divinity stat, like a higher divinity stat than Hercules had, they're just gonna have Chains of Heaven not work just cause. They don't want you to see, oh, Gilgamesh beats someone else with divinity again with Chains of Heaven. You've already seen that, so they don't want, oh yeah, we can't have that. They'll do it if it's a minor character, or if it's a character that's not important, but they're never gonna have Gilgamesh beat someone very significant again with Chains of Heaven. I don't think they're ever gonna do it. They'll just make up a reason. They'll make some shit up. You know, they'll just like, oh, they didn't get out of it because blah 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 blah, blah, right? Like they're always gonna do that. Like, you know, if it's a side character or a villain that their time's already passed or whatever, sure, they might have it work. But if there's like a major important thing and they have divinity, Chains of Heaven are just not gonna work for whatever fucking reason. The only exception to that might be if they ever decide to like remake the Fate route and they actually show Gilgamesh versus Ku on screen, they'll probably still have Chains of Heaven work there. But other than that, I don't think so. Yeah, that'd be a little strong, Fury. Anyway, get out of jail free card there. No, why would that make Enkidu too weak? Because first off, Enkidu, like, you know, it doesn't have the same track record as Gilgamesh, so they'd be more willing to have Enkidu beat somebody with Chains of Heaven because you've never seen him beat someone that way before. Also, that wouldn't, why, like, literally, why would that make Enkidu too weak? Like, why do I have to explain this? Like, if Gilgamesh didn't have Chains of Heaven, Gilgamesh would not be weak. That is completely equally true for Enkidu. Like, am I crazy here? It's like, have people just forgotten what Enkidu's toolkit is? He literally has items that can meet toe-to-toe with every item from Gate of Babylon. So the fact that, you know, Gilgamesh has all this crazy shit like Durandal and Original Sin and that automated defense system and the homing axe and the sword that cuts through space-time and the dagger that summons, you know, frost and all this other bullshit. Like, Enkidu has equals to all of those things. So that's obviously just as useful for murdering somebody as anything else. It's not like he needs chains. Yeah, his Chains of Heavens are stronger than Gil's, but that doesn't mean he's any more reliant on them. I mean, if you're talking about the weapon and not the person, that's kind of an even dumber sentiment. I'm literally here explaining how they're going to nerf the shit out of something so it doesn't run the story all the time because they can't plan ahead. Obviously, that makes that thing weaker. That's what I'm talking about. It's like Green Man explains bad writing making powerful item seem weaker than it's supposed to, and then chat asks Green Man, does that mean the item would be weaker? Like, yes! No, that's what I'm talking about! Anyway, let's see our damage here. Oh god, what? That's not good. That's not good. So, okay, for this run, I'm gonna have to switch in Shakespeare because, our skill is just not upgraded enough. This won't tell us if it would work, but that's not really the point, because we know it can work if we use Shakespeare. What we don't know is if we can do it with all these extra fucking clicks. So, I was actually going to be able to see my mother today, but due to unfortunate circumstances with the whole COVID situation, I can't do that. I was actually supposed to get vaccinated today too, but now I'm going to have to do it tomorrow. We'll get the first shot and have to do the 2 things, so it's going to be a while, but it has been such a pain in my city, dude. Holy crap. But I should be able to get that done tomorrow, at least the first half of it. I should have looked at the damage, I wasn't paying attention. I'm going to assume it was very high. I like how the freaking rare spawned anyway here. I don't need the, well, I do need the QP, I just don't need it enough to want to go through the hassle. I feel like by the time I figure this out, I'm gonna have killed enough ghosts. Or foam chocolate thingies. I mean, everybody knows the second vaccine can make you sick, but it doesn't universally do that. Like, when Tusk got the second vaccine, didn't make him sick at all. When my brother got the second vaccine, didn't make him sick at all. When my mother got the second vaccine, she got kinda sick, so it just depends. But you know, it's not rare that for about a day you feel kinda bleh. It's not like being actually sick, but you know, you feel pretty pooped and whatnot. But how it affects you just depends. But ultimately, it's worth it, and, you know, I'm the last person in, like, my family group that the few family members I care about, and then, like, some of my friends and stuff, and, like, the last one that hasn't been vaccinated. So once I'm vaccinated, I can actually see people again, so that'll be nice. Okay, I gotta do it at least one more time. Let's see if I can actually upgrade a VC Bronze skills. I have a feeling I'm missing like caster gems or something. Don't think any of these are really relevant to him. Oh, always buy hero proofs. It's there's never enough. Even if you've got like 300 of them, you're gonna need more. Crap. Oh wait, no, I can't upgrade it. Worth! That's so many bullets. Never regret this though, he's one of my favorite characters and it's really nice having that maximum gain, so... Okay, well that'll have to do for now. 3 stars don't cost that much QP. Guess we'll grab that bond bonus. Oh, I should be bringing Beowulf. He's like super close to bond 10. If I didn't... 4K, I could have done that by now. Okay, if the goal is not to use the Switch Mystic code, I can do one that gives me more damage too. Or I could have done more battery. Boy, I wasn't thinking this one through very well. There are so many welfare assassins. What are you talking about? There are so many welfare assassins. Was that sarcasm? Well, it's gotten to the point where no matter what class they add, other than some extra classes, there's going to be a lot of repeats. There's not much they can do about that anymore. Alright, come on, VC Braun, impress me. Can I just like open up, look, if the Throne of Heroes goes beyond space-time, why can't I summon my VC Braun from the JP server? So you're telling me the Throne of Heroes can like cut through dimensions and timelines and alternate worlds, but it can't cut through a fucking server. This is nonsense. Alright. What are we gonna get? I really am confident that he would get this done if it was the JP version. It's such a large damage boost. I swear, if I had time, I would switch to JP real fast and just show his NP, you know, in the same context, and it'd be way more. That's so close. I mean, you'll pretty much always kill with the follow-up cards, but... Even the throne is subject to corporate bullshit. Ain't it the truth? I bet you Scath doesn't even need the quick up. I wish Genshin would let you cross-region play. I literally don't even understand why it's not just a global server. Because you have the language options, I think, on the different servers for the most part anyway. And, you know, like the Japanese server is only hours ahead of the English server. So, like, I don't get the point. They literally could have had... It's not even that hard to do. Like, the technology has existed since forever, so... you could limit it to where, like, you have to actually be friends with them and stuff. That way, you know, you're not having, like, any stress issues or whatever. But, like, it would be nice to be able to, especially play with the European people. Like, this is not, like, some, you know, rare niche thing. It's very common for Europeans and Canadians and Americans to be friends. You know, this is the age of the internet, and loads of communication happens over the internet. and most of Europe speaks English, as does Canada and America, or United States, obviously. So it sucks that there's just such an arbitrary barrier in Genshin for Europe and NA. Like, why? Like, who gives a shit, right? Like, the minor time zone difference isn't worth it, and it wouldn't be that hard to set up. And I feel like now, see, when the game launched, they probably didn't want to put in, like, the networking, right? Like, that's more money. And so when the game launched, they didn't know how successful it was going to be, and so they didn't really probably want to invest into that. They probably didn't even think about it. And now that the game is super successful, they're not going to, like, uproot their, you know, their account settings and whatever, you know, networking they've got. And so I doubt they're ever going to do cross-region play. I give it to them when they ask for general feedback. I tell them that, you know, not only would it be nice, but especially because Europe and, you know, NA have so much crossover these days, and, you know, it's so common for them to speak the same language and get along, and it's so silly that you can't play together. Like, what minor changes they need to make, like, to, you know, just slight time zone differences and how they get the updates at a slightly different time and all that, that's so worth sorting through, because, like, I mean, come on. And as time goes on, they keep adding more and more connectivity with your friends in Genshin, right? So it's gonna become more and more sad that I can't play with the people on EU. I'm pretty sure a lot of the big content creators for Genshin, like, pretty much have to play on the Asia servers, because, you know, content creation, the YouTube algorithm and everything, being first on something is like everything. I mean, you can make worse content but put it out sooner and you'll get more views. That's such a thing. So if there's a new boss, whoever puts the video up first, right? So the fact that the Asia servers get stuff hours in advance of everyone else, even if it's just hours, you know, means they pretty much have to, I would imagine. I'd imagine a lot of them play both, I would think. I figure that's pretty common. If you're really serious about the game and, like, you're making... Because, like, you know, I'm really serious about FGO, right? So obviously I play both regions and that kind of thing. But, you know, I'm not trying to make it through Genshin, right? I'm literally not trying to, like, bring in new subscribers from Genshin Impact or anything. I just, you know, play it because I enjoy it. But, you know, I make my, you know, bulk of my living from FGO, weirdly enough. But that just is what it is, right? But the people that are, like, trying to make their channel a success through Genshin, I'd imagine being on the Asia server is a huge help. I wonder if I high roll, if I can get that other 8k, or if it's just out of my reach. Because, I mean, we might have already high rolled. Yeah, and the thing about Genshin is you don't get a lot of the benefits to having two accounts that you would get from FGO. Like, there's very few benefits. There's a lot of benefits in FGO. But I would do if I played a second account in Genshin, I wouldn't care how progressed it is, right? And because it's so easy, however far progressed you are, whatever your gear range is, and whatever your adventure rank is, there's things to do at that point, right? So whenever I got around to playing it, I would just do those things. If I was a really big Genshin creator, I probably would make other accounts just so I could do races and hide and seek and all those things with the other player bases. But I'm not that big of a. I'm literally nothing in the Genshin community. No one even knows who I. You know, and that's fine, right? I'm not really trying, but I don't think there's any demand for that kind of thing, and I wouldn't want to start my account over just to get, like, the Asia update a few hours earlier when I'm probably asleep anyway or something. So. I think their updates do hit when I'm awake, actually. It's like within the day over here, I think. I'm gonna do that, Fury. We'll check out other people's teapots, but I'm gonna give them time, because people need time to get their rank up, and you know, a lot of this stuff that lets you customize a lot, you know, it takes a while to make enough copies of them and all that. If you're not a whale, if you're a whale, you can get it running pretty quick, but. So I'll just give people a little bit of time. But yeah, I'm so excited to check out people's stuff. Okay. My god. I think we will do, like, the challenge quest once, but we'll probably only get to do it once. So we'll keep chat versus FGO, and we got one more mission, then we get the challenge quest. So chat, you get one shot at it. You get one shot to beat the challenge quest, at least today. If y'all fail, I'll probably let y'all do it again tomorrow, but thankfully we tested the add-on that lets you, the extension thing that lets you do chat versus FGO, and it worked on my new computer, so. Okay, I need the stage that has the most machines in it. Let's see. It might be that, like, that Babbage one. There's a few enemies that are considered mechanical, I know. There's, like, some of the dolls are, like, they're considered mechanical. That's only the rare spawn, though, so that's not good. Those are considered mechanical. I think there's one other stage with them. This one looks decent. I bet you she's mechanical. Feels bad, but yeah, I bet you she counts as mechanical, so you get one more credit on that one. I know there's one other stage though. It's like the Steam background one. It was pretty early in the event. Why can I not notice the one that has that background? What the fuck? I know it's a thing. Oh wait, is it this one? It's literally like the biggest picture. The thing is, it's such a big picture, I wasn't looking at it. I thought it was like the background, so I wasn't paying attention. I bet you this one is better though. Because, again, the boss looks like she counts. I've said this, mechanical has been a trait in FGO for a long time. It's just people didn't realize it. But, like, it was rediscovered recently because it actually matters now, but it's been in the game for ages. It was just never applicable to anything. Well, I guess it was applicable to this mission, but I doubt anyone paid attention, so. But yeah, it's been a thing for a while. Let's see. I guess the enemies are mostly sabers, and the side boss is an Avenger. What are my options? So Spartacus again, obviously, and then Archer. We got Atalante. She's NP3, that's pretty decent. She has no battery skill, though. That's fine, though. You only need 50%. And then the boss wave might be AoE. I don't know, though. I'll go Mordred just for the brute force angle. Hans with Black Grail. He's ready, boys. Good start. Don't really need those art cards. Probably a waste of time. This background reminds me of something you might see in Armored Core, honestly. A lot of like post-apocalyptic cities. What do I do if chat tries to backseat chat? Laugh at chat? Yeah, that's probably the way. But, oh, she's in the middle, interesting. But no, it's fine, people backseat during that. It's like literally what it is. So I guess Jolter's the main boss then. Maybe this stage won't be as good as I was thinking. This is such a cool MP. That is such a good shade of green right there. So that's 4 mechanical right there. If there's one in this, it's only 4. I'll check the other one. That's surprisingly meh. I was about to use Mordred's second skill, but I was like, wait a minute. Atalante made a couple of stars. Those crabs aren't always there. Yeah, but if it's random, you could probably even get less though. But yeah, you could potentially get more. I'm just kind of curious what the other stage has per run in comparison to this one. It might have way less, because off memory, the other stage was there for ghosts. But it did have a chunk of mechanical. It's fine though. I just remember we hardly need any of these. Like this will take no time. If we get lucky, this might even be the last one. Other stage has 4. Yeah, this one's probably better than... If these 3 are always mechanical, then this one is tied and then sometimes better. That's a bitch though, because the other ones had 5 guaranteed. But I guess it's because you fight mechanical enemies throughout and there's more than one stage, and that's why they made you kill 120 instead of 60. Barbatos probably will be in Genshin though, because you got Barbados. They have a lot of stuff in Genshin that is based off the Grimoire thing. People have pronounced it Barbatos or Barbados since forever though. Like it's one of those tomato things. Literally in Genshin they pronounced it both ways, which is so weird. That's generally a voice director fault though. The voice director is normally the one that tells you how to pronounce something, and if they're not being consistent with that, that's why it'll be fucked up. Oh hey, we got more machines. This might be enough actually. How many did we need? I think we needed 12 actually, so we're probably still short. Like I think we needed 12 and we got 4, and then now we're getting 6, so that's not enough. I figure the only name they won't use in Genshin is Solomon because it's too well known. I think they're using the other names because they don't think people will know. That's really common. A lot of anime, games, books, they'll pull from, you know, mythologies and things like that. But not in like an on-the-nose way. They pick the names that they don't think people will notice. It's basically because they don't want to have to think up a bunch of fantasy names, which I don't entirely blame them. And I like it when they do that and they actually put in like some subtle references. They don't have to make the character ground up like, oh wow, this is really referencing Cerberus, right? You don't have to do that unless you're Fate, right? Because that Fate is literally about that, but that's different. But if like some other new IP and they just have like Genshin and they're happening to reference, you know, names from other mythologies but kind of lesser known stuff. If you can throw in some nods to like what those names are actually about and stuff, I think that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, no, Paimon is one of the 70 demons. It's funny. Yeah, I actually think there's, and if he said directors, that confirms what I was thinking. I had a feeling there was probably more than one voice director because there's just some weird inconsistencies that's normally what would cause that. It's either a really bad voice director that's just being inconsistent, or it's different voice directors. And that would explain some of the weird shit that I've heard in that. Alright, I bet this is the last one. Yeah, we need 2. So I was right, we needed 12. And so we've gotten 10, so 2 more. I guess I don't care if the rare spawns with this setup. I don't think she's going to be the final boss. I think she's going to have a larger role to play in the story than like they let on, right? She's not just going to be the mascot character. There's going to be more to it, but I don't think she's going to be the final boss. she might be like the child of the final boss, or you know, among the race that's going to be like a big problem, and maybe she's lost her memories and doesn't know it, and it's going to be like some nonsense, right? There's definitely going to be something, but and who knows, maybe we do, you know, maybe she's not on our side the whole time or not, but I don't think she's going to be the final boss. That seems very unlikely to me. Mark my words though, at some point there's going to be a boss fight where you fight the other sibling. You're not going to kill them, but you know, you'll fight the dude if you got the female, and you'll fight the last if you got the male avatar. I definitely think that's going to happen. That was pretty obvious. So, Zhong Li's voice actor in English has been voice acting for a very long time, and I've known about him for so long. I've seen so many anime and games and so on. He's in Overwatch, for God's sakes. I've seen so many things from him over the years. I've known that guy's voice he's for a long time, and I've always liked his voice acting. So it's kind of funny that a lot of people been discovering him just now, even though he's been in the business, man, for quite some time. He's in various Gundam dubs and such. Yeah, he's Torbjorn in Overwatch. Hey Arjuna, we're about to do chat versus challenge quest, so good luck. I've done that various times throughout my life, Arjuna, and it's because I don't really keep track of my birthdays. I've never been big on birthdays, really. There's been times where I'm like, oh, wait a minute. On this stage, I like having the rare spawn, actually, because it won't affect our AoE in any way, and it's just more QP. I can't believe it took me this long, though. Alright, this is pretty much the last thing we have to do, so we got it. Wow, Waver doing some damage there. That's so crazy, though, that Mordred just did that much damage, and she gets buffed later to have a crit buff. Like, yikes. Okay. This account actually needs lures, so I'm kind of happy to grab all this here. So I just used one on a VC Braun. Alright, chat. Get Green Man the lore here. Alright, so here's the rules. Let me turn the thing on here. No Merlin. I'm gonna say no Waver too. I almost wanted to give chat Waver, but we'll say no Waver. No Scatty, even though single Scatty's not that strong, but we'll say no Scatty. We might allow, we'll allow Tam for now, and if we feel like that's too much, we'll cut it. But we'll allow Tam for now. No Ku Alter, no Hercules. If you get stuck though, we'll allow Hercules. But you know, Ku Alter, no Hercules. I guess no Kama. I know it's a little mean, but she's a little much, right? So I think that's our ban list. You can use literally anything else. You can use K-scopes. You can use whatever you see. You can nab it. All right, so I'm gonna try to make the initial support list the most unappealing thing ever. That way, y'all want to vote for a certain tab. Well, what's the tab y'all would not want to summon? Probably, I'd say Caster, but Caster's the support one. I guess Saber. Who the fuck would want to summon a Saber for this? Okay, I think it's about ready. Let me just hit the go button here. And I gotta bring it up so I can actually see the votes. Okay, I think you can vote now, chat. So you just tap on the screen, although you have to go on PC, unfortunately, so you have to go to click. It doesn't pick, sadly, it just doesn't pick up phone taps. I don't know why, but click away, and whatever gets the most votes, what we'll go with. So right now it's between Berserker and Assassin, which makes sense. It looks like Assassin is winning. Yep, it's Assassin. Okay, that's a sensible choice. Kind of glad we banned Comma, because there she is. Wait, hold on. I need to move my OBS around here so I can actually see chat properly. There we go, that's better. It's a little wonky. Alright, what do we got? We got... Oh, I forgot to reset it. Excuse me. I haven't done this in a while. What do you want from me? Okay, now start clicking. Alright, we've got Jack. And then you got the scroll button on the side. If you want to scroll down, you got the scroll thing over there. So it's Scroll versus Jack right now. Looks like Scroll is winning. Okay, Scroll it is. I'll scroll down enough to like just bring up all new stuff. And if you want to, what we'll do now, if you want to scroll up, click at the top of the bar. If you want to scroll down, click at the bottom of the bar. All right, you can click away now. How about that Kurotsugu though? Got some Shiki action. Okay, right now the clicks are kind of random. Okay, chat's winning. You got Event Filter, Shiki, and Kurotsugu. Event Filter, right now it's Event Filter versus Kurotsugu. Okay, looked like Kurotsugu. Alright, let me make a fresh team for Chad here so they're not... Oh, we'll just use number 1, that's fine. Alright, let me clear this. Alright, what do you want, Chad? Wait, I should like click... Hold on, excuse me, I gotta click the thing. There we go. I'll make it bigger so you all have more to vote on at a time. Close. Alright, let me reset it. Alright, remember you can scroll up, scroll down. This is the first slot in the front row, so keep that in mind. Front row, not back row. A lot of people are clicking back, which I guess they're wanting to go back and take out Kurotsugu or something. It's about to win though. I'll give it one more update. Okay, well it's the back button for some fucking reason. People not like the CE or something. Alright, and starting the vote's over. Close because all we need is carry. I don't know about that one. Okay, it's now split between going back again and people really wanting to go back right now. People are hating on Kurotsugu. I feel attacked right now. Chat going back on the Kurotsugu pick. Yikes! It's normally hard to get people to do that, but wow. Okay, well we're starting the vote over here. What do you want, chat? This is why it takes forever to do chat versus FGO, because y'all a bunch of indecisive bastards, apparently. Okay, people wanting event bonus again. We got 40% for scroll down, and we have 67% now for event bonus. Why do y'all want to check event bonus? They try to summon Gray or something? Alright, and event bonus filter. What the fuck? Chad, if you start messing up my options, I'm gonna have to overrule at some point. If y'all like start clicking back to go to my room and stuff, that's not gonna happen, by the way. The fuck is chat doing right now? Chat's wanting, I think, no event bonus available. Or event craft essences. Why though? There's no damage CE in this. Chat, what are you doing? Are you all drunk? There's no... I don't even... I don't even... Gotta get that farm on. You're gonna block event CEs. Okay, that makes significantly more sense now. I forgot it's like reverse. Like they changed it on JP where everything's like backwards. Like you unselect to do the same thing. Okay, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Shut up, boomer moment. All right, what do y'all want now? Where's the clicks going? People wanting... I almost said it, chat. You so close, chat. So those two clicks are both for MHX, so right now that's winning by quite a bit. Some people wanting the refresh button, that's kind of interesting. I'll give it a couple more updates. We have someone to scroll up when we're already scrolled up as much as we can. So I think it is Canis C. It's close, but yeah, that does seem to be the winner. Okay, that was a very split vote right there. It's a real change to the setup here. If you want to move MHX, you can do the clicks to move her to the back row, but I assume you're not going to want to move her to the back row. I'll put her in the middle, that's what we'll do. Alright, what do you want, chat? I can't believe chat picked Kurutsugu, then backed out. Actually, they probably are Arjuna. They only show up, though, if there's like enough clicks in the same vague area, and also there's a bit of a delay, so, but they're probably showing up. Yeah, there were, I saw clicks for Jack. I have like a different UI that I can see, and I can see like every click, and I can see clicks for Jack. I just don't think there were enough, unfortunately, though. Jack is really good here, though. Like, seriously, Jack can like loop here, no problem, even though you're not fighting female. Overwhelmingly, chat wants Joan of Arc. What the fuck? I guess it's just because if you can't have the other big supports, there's some Kentucky picks here. Alright, we'll go with Joan of Arc, alright. Alright, we got our final front row, chat. Please, chat, think about the difference between front row and back row, by the way. I just... That's a thing, right? Let's bear that in mind. Alright, what are we clicking here? We've got Kentucky, we've got Martha, we've got Nash. Oh, chat, don't disappoint me. Okay, it's Nash versus Kentucky now, and there's some Sanson. There's actually a surprising amount of Sanson. What the fuck? Okay, looks like Nash. This is almost boring. This setup was almost boring. This is like the budget setup, right? But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, first back row. Whenever someone dies, this is your first unit that's gonna come back. And remember, you can scroll down if you want to. Okay, chat, I'm gonna give you a real second to vote here, so go nuts. But I need to go grab a granola bar, so when I come back, whatever has the most votes when I come back, I'm immediately going with. So, you know, bear that in mind. I'll be back in just a moment here. Coming back in. Whoever got the most votes instantly gets the click. What a mess. It is Sanson. Oh boy. Well, we'll see how that goes. Let me reset it. Alright, next round. Wait, is the music looping? I tried to stop them. Wait, I don't think the clicks are showing. Oh, there we go. Took a while. Martha versus Kentucky. Close. Alright, 2 updates and we'll go with what's got the most votes. Martha versus Kentucky, they're so close, man. Oh, they're tied. Next update. Kentucky, oh no! Oh yeah, I'll get one more update because it was a tie. Alright, looks like it's Martha. What a swing around. Wild. Alright, final slot. Chat, I'm proud of you. Early on, I saw a lot of people trying to put a writer in the front row, and that is not a good idea. But y'all turned it around. Hundred face. A lot of 100 face. A lot of David. That's sensible. There's some Ku in there. That's Kentucky again. Some Ushi. Right now, David is winning. We'll give it like 2 or 3 updates. 1, 2. Okay, last update. Alright, David it is. That was a close one. Okay, chat. Do you want me to do the CEs? That's what we've done in the past, is I do the CEs. Because it's a lot faster. It's very hard. Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll have me do CEs. I'm gonna keep it kind of budget because that's how I roll. So I want to fuck you guys over. You guys picked such a boring starting setup. There's a part of me that wants to fuck you over and give you like Black Grail on Joan of Arc. I can't decide if I want to be a jackass or not. Do it? Wow, a lot of chat wants me to fuck chat over. What? Y'all a bunch of masochists, huh? Bunch of creeps? Alright. We'll do it. I'll mix it up though. I'm not gonna be a complete jackass for every character. This is a pretty big handicap. Because you could have something that makes her tankier, or makes her get her NP faster. And getting the NP faster is big. Wait a minute. Chat, I'm big braining. See, this might make it harder on chat. This is not the play. Because what's gonna happen is, if I don't give her at least a halfway decent CE, you guys are going to pick art cards on Joan of Arc every single time you see them. And we're gonna be here until the second coming. And I don't wanna deal with that. So yeah, I don't think we go with Black Grail. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I have outplayed myself there. Because this is such a stally setup that, yeah, I'd rather not. I'm gonna try to escalate the speed here. I'm gonna give you all 20-30. They just try to get some crits, you know, get some damage. Now, the good play would be to go with this, but I kind of want to make it spicier than that. Live in a world where someone just didn't get that CE. We'll go with the old school. Oh wow, that gives attack stat. Why does that give attack stat? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Trying to make Sanson actually good because he needs it. Okay, I'll be very merciful here though. For some reason, okay, this person is just dumb. Like, why we should like that doesn't make any sense. But we'll go with that. All right, y'all can vote for Mystic Code. I think you can click. I kind of reset it like 3 times in a row there, but I think y'all can click right now. All the big 4 are on screen, so. Oh, hold on. Try now. See if it works now. I think I reset it too many times. A lot of votes for Hogwarts for some fuck. Oh my god, I forgot. Chat. How do you all remember this? This was like dubbed chat's mystic code, and it's so stupid and not helpful. And you'll pick it. You'll keep picking it. I cannot believe you all even remember that. I cannot fucking believe you all even remember that. And it's if you picked an art DPS, you know, I could get pretty behind that. But you're gonna do the art up on like Joan of Arc. Like, the fuck is that? Alright, let me get the music going, which is indeed looping, so let me fix that. Get some Cairo beats in here. Alright, well, off we go. If I was doing this for real, if I was using this setup and I was trying to be serious, I would go with Atlas, definitely. Or default, though. Default is fine. I can't fucking believe Chad even remembered that CE. Or MC. Fucking letters. Just to be fair, for people that don't know the gimmicks, I'll show what the game tells you real quick. Okay. If you don't want to cast any skills or Mystic Code or anything, click the attack wheel. That's kind of just a go-to way we do this from now on. Alright, clicking intensifies. I believe in Alexander. Alright, people click in Alexander there. People click in the first skill of Joan of Arc, though. When there's a lot of stuff, a lot of votes like that, I'll just do both, because they don't conflict, so. I will reset it here, though, because people may not want to do mash this skill. Alright, it is up. Hold on, I need to change where I have my chat so I can see a bit better. There we go, now I can see everything a lot better. Okay, we've got overwhelmingly people want Mash's first skill, so we'll do that. Okay, it is reset. You can click again. I'm really interested to see how chat uses MHX's skills, or if they, you know, do anything with them at all, but looking like split between her second skill and her third skill. I think it's her third skill that's winning. Yep. Okay. Looks like we're gonna have to reset again, because some people want to cast her first skill and some don't. Alright, it's pretty much attack wheel versus her first skill, I figure. But some people might want Joan of Arc stun. For some reason, more people are clicking on the invulnerability than they're clicking on the first skill. But, I'm hoping that changes in a moment. Chat, you're scaring me. Alright, looks like attack wheel is winning. It is. Thank God, because that was such a mess there in the middle. Alright, what are you gonna click, chat? You got a very lucky opening hand here. You got an MHX Brave Chain, but you got that Joan of Arc art card, which, if you don't use it now, you've only got 2 in the deck until it shuffles again. Decisions. Alright, overwhelmingly MHX Buster card. I'm gonna go ahead and reset it, because if there's like a clear route people are going, we'll just go with that, but... Oh gosh. It's like splattering all over the screen. Okay, it's pretty obvious where we're going here. Alright. That is not a Seba, that is a fucking writer. You stupid teenager. Is MHX a zoomer? I feel like she's a zoomer. I feel like Alexander might be a zoomer too. Alright, voting is up. You got an 80% crit there, and a 60. And you also got the art chain. Mash's skill holding strong. Okay, overwhelmingly people wanting to do the... I like people clicking Mash's second skill, that's a thing. I think they're wanting to do the NP right now, which there's some logic to that because of Joan of Arc having the wide invulnerability. But looks like attack wheel, it is. Honestly, I kind of like the people that were clicking Mash's second skill. That's an interesting route to go because You've got the art card, you know, right there, so you can get another, like a refund for the next NP and whatnot. Alright, looking like art chain. I'm gonna reset it real fast to get the second one. And someone just like swipes instead of clicking there. Looking like they're gonna want mashes. Okay, yep, it's Smash. The Joan of Arc. Okay, makes sense. I really like the idea though of doing like Joan of Arc's art card, NP, and then MHX's art card. That's the aggressive play big time. If you would have NP'd that turn and gotten an art crit towards their next NP already, which would have been something. However, you'd have to get Joan of Arc's NP in time. But you get all these stuns, so you could have done that. I just click on Joan of Arc's nose. There's always a few votes like that, clicking on things that don't even make sense. Someone clicked on the lamp, like that crooked lamp by Waver last time. That was a thing. Alright, we got a real split on our stuns here. I wonder how many people actually know how these stuns work. Alright, we've got 42% for MHX and 34% for the other one. I'll let it update one more time. Just barely, but it's MHX. That was by 1 fucking percent. Alright, I think the votes are up now. Oh wait, are the votes up now? They are, but they're not showing. That happens sometimes where I can see your clicks, but then it doesn't actually show up. Okay, try again. Okay, we've got... It's split between Joan of Arc stun and then the attack wheel, and then some people doing the third skill for mash. Tied between the stun. Oh, the stun is winning. I'll give a... Yeah, okay, there's one more just in case, but I'm pretty sure the stun is going to win here. It's very close. 8% of the votes went to Joan of Arc's flag. 8% of the votes went to Joan of Arc's flag. By the way, that vote was within 8%. That vote was within 8%. That means that the clicks to the flag could have decided the outcome if they had cared to there. Alright, votes are up. There's some weird plays going on right now. Alright, and there's still some votes for the flag. It is the attack wheel. Okay, what are we clicking here, chat? Will chat even remember what their mystic code does? We have 46% of the votes going to the flag. Thankfully that didn't last. Alright, looking like... No, not Mash's first card. Now, chat, can you make up your goddamn minds? What a indecisive bunch of bastards. Okay, I like how you got 2 different votes for Mash's art card. Okay, I like the battle speed votes. That's always the thing. Alright, looks like NP time. Okay, you're in interesting time to NP, but alright, what do you want for your next card, chat? Looking like Joan of Arcs. Yep, overwhelmingly Joan of Arcs. Alright, looks like Joan of Arcs and Mashes. Okay. Waver got that defense up and damage cut. Imagine if you had a mystic code that actually helped you here. That was kind of pathetic. Alright, well, that actually worked out rather well for you, chat. Not bad, not bad. Alright, the voting is up. So, going fast here is really good because you can get an NP off before Waver can get the defense up off. That's a huge part of why, like using Mash's skill aggressively is not a bad idea. It's too late now because the defense up is already there, but yeah, overwhelmingly just the attack wheel. Alright, what are you gonna do, chat? You've got an NP available, you've got some crits, you got, you know, Brave Chain for Joan of Arc, but you got that 90% MHX one. These votes are very indecisive right now. Okay, looking like Buster first for sure. Okay, we're gonna have to like do each vote here because of that MHX card. It's gonna be like the Brave Chain versus the counter class crit and the NP gain and all that. All right, what's next, chat? Okay, looking like the art one there. Oh, no, it's getting split now. Oh, it's super split. Oh, boy. Got that Joan of Arc's flag again. The EMP. Alright, it's Joan of Arc's quick card. Alright, chat, what are you gonna do for this last one? Your Joan of Arc already has her NP, but you got these crits. And there's, poor Mash in her NP game, by the way. That hasn't been happening. Alright, so looking like MHX. I guess people wanted to make some stars here. Oh, no, I got that art card coming in there. No way that's beating MHX, though. Okay, MHX it is. The big flag bonk. You all getting the crits. Getting the triple crits. Why can't that happen for me? Okay, y'all did not get stunned. You got cursed, though. And now your Joan of Arc does not have her NP. By the way, you could have fixed that by not stunning. If you hadn't stunned, he would have already NP'd and you could have already blocked it. Unfortunately, that did not happen. What are you gonna do, chat? What are you gonna do? You got Mash's second skill overwhelmingly. Chat, there's a really good play you can make right now. Well, it's not a good play. You already fucked up, but you can recover to a degree here. What are we gonna see here, chat? Don't disappoint me, chat. Chat, I think you're gonna... Chat figured it out. Alright, now what are you gonna do, chat? There is another route you could have taken, which actually might have been right. I don't know. This other route, I have no idea if this is correct because I don't know how much damage he's gonna do. He's got the attack up from Waiver. But you could have done Invulnerability from MHX's second skill, and then Mash Invulnerability on herself, and then the NP down for Joan of Arc, and then she's counterclassing because she's a ruler. That is also an option. Imagine if you bought a Mystic Code that had a survivability skill, chat. Imagine if you had done that. Also, I wonder if chat's ever gonna even remember what any of their Mystic Code skills do. Especially that second skill. I feel like a lot of chat has no idea what that even does. Alright, looks like the attack wheel. Also, you got honorable mention to Alexander's head and Joan of Arc's elbow. Had a decent amount of votes for those. Oh yeah, it's true. You also have Waver's defense down. That is a good point. Hey, Radgast, how you doing? Chat's having a heck of a time right now. Alright, you got Joan of Arc's NP overwhelmingly. Some people wanting to do the back button, so that's the thing. Not enough, though, to sway the vote. Alright, second action, chat. I think it's a pretty clear... Yeah, it's very obvious what chat wants. I think... If I see, like, if the next... I'm not even going to reset it. If the votes start going to MH... Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got it. That was definitely the obvious play there. The Mystic Code's fashion actually is pretty decent. I'll give it that. That's pulling off a Hawaiian shirt pretty well. I just realized the fucking player character got a Hawaiian shirt costume before Ku did. This is bullshit. We have been robbed. Okay. You can vote now. I like how the enemy still has damage cut and defense up. It's almost like getting an MP off on like turn 1 or 2 and breaking that first health bar immediately is really helpful here. What if we get another Hawaiian shirt costume for somebody and it's not Ku? I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. It took you 3 years to realize this, Grant? Yeah, or something like that. It's not like it's a Mystic Code anybody uses outside of this stream specifically. People wanting the taunt. You people want the Mystic Code, but it looks like the taunt's gonna win. Okay. I feel like if y'all wanted to use the taunt to you know, get her in P. You probably could have done that a few turns ago and then gotten the cooldown escalated, but you know. Oh, people wanting the Mystic Code. Oh, please tell me we're not doing Mashu Smashu right now. Oh my god, I think we're, here we go. Here we fucking go. What are you doing, chat? What are you doing? Some people wanting the attack wheel. Looks like the second skill. Okay, where do you want the second skill, chat? Imagine using like the NP gain from the Mystic Code for like your DPS or something, but I don't think. Yep, there it is. I'm just gonna leave the Mystic Code open in case people want to cast one of the other two skills. If you're not, just click the attack wheel. I like the clicks for MHX's boot. That doesn't actually surprise me in the grand scheme of things, really. Okay, we have 39 versus... Okay, attack wheel is just barely winning. It's very close. Okay, no, now it's pulling ahead there. Alright, you can unironically use double gill for the JP challenge quest, by the way. Okay, these votes are, I think, lingering from the past one. Yep, there we go. And like MHX first. Very split, though. Okay, no, now it's going to Joan of Arc first. Okay. Alright, chat, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna have to fight yourselves, chat. This is a battle. We're not gonna reset, so what we're gonna do is the one with the most votes goes first, the one with the second most votes goes second, the one with the third most votes goes third. So I'll give you, you can click more than once. You gotta work it out amongst yourselves to try to make that percent happen. So most votes first, second most votes second, third most votes third. I'll give you all like 2 more updates. Balance it out. One more, there we go. All right, that's kind of what I figured we might see here. This was a mistake. Wow, that's how I feel when we try to crit. That hurts, man. That hurts. I thought it might be fun from this perspective. It still don't feel great. That's a tough time right there. Alright, chat, you can click yet again. Overwhelmingly, chat wants Joan of Arc's first skill, and literally no reason not to cast that. Working well with your 2030 on MASH, and you got the rank 10, because I actually leveled it on this account. Joan of Arc's flag coming in strong. It's actually almost winning, but okay, now it's getting stomped, sadly. It had its moment there. Okay, chat, what do you want to do here? You have no, you don't get much art cards to combo with that MASH in P. So are they going to save it for later, or are they just going to throw it out now? It looks like they're throwing it out now. Oh boy. Okay, what else are you going to click, chat? Going to reset it because it's a nightmare this turn. What the fuck? Somebody barfed on the screen. I want to clean that up. Okay, one more update. Okay, looking like that and that. People going for that repeat NP gain. It's like if you had your third skill now, that would actually work. Why does chat default to stall teams so much? Is it because stall is just so much easier to play? I think that's why. But I've noticed when we do chat versus FGO and chat is not like very confident in their ability to big brain whatever it is we're doing, they often go with stall. I wonder if that means I need to ban a few more stall units, but you have to make it at least possible for chat too, so. Alright, voting is open. I mean, you can lose. This is definitely losable. This is not strong enough stall to be guaranteed to win. But I will say, MASH Joan of Arc is a very strong setup, and anyone can accomplish it. Everyone has MASH, and anyone can summon a friend's Joan of Arc. So it is a very reliable way to beat challenge quests. Like, it really is. We have got 40... Okay, going for the second... This is a bad turn for y'all, by the way, so good luck with this. Doing the old Joan of Arc second skill. Although this is good though, because if you're ever going to do that route, this is the turn for it. You don't have defense down, he doesn't have attack up, and so if it's ever going to work out, now is the time. All right, people wanting this. I will say, MHX probably could face tank this because she's counterclassing, but although hell, it's not a bad time for the stars anyway. Oh, excuse me, I didn't see that. The Mysticote actually won the vote. I just this is tyranny. This is tyranny. I don't know how it happened, but somehow, chat, I turned into a dictator. I always thought I would be reasonable, but I guess the power just went to my head. But I think people would have ended up casting that skill anyway, so it's fine. Alright, people want the third skill. Where do you want the third skill, chat? This account, because I played day 1, and it was very easy to reroll day 1, and there were so few 5 stars, I just rerolled to get Joan of Arc, so... Alright, chat going for the NPIC. Getting some damage in. It's a shame that they've got the defense up and damage cut again, but not a lot y'all can do about that at this point. Going for the third skill. Although, yep, okay. And you can vote again. If you take over, chat auto loses. That's fair. I wouldn't take over though because of the poll. So that was really fun that one time though, where like the team was really messed up and it was really hard for chat to do like any kind of nuanced plays and stuff. So did I win or lose? I forget. It was King Potato Chips. And I remember like they made a really big mistake on the setup. That was like a fundamental mistake on the team. I think we won anyway because we had Joan of Arc and I was able to just go the extra few steps or whatever. But it was like so messed up at the beginning, like the buff stacking was wrong or like the MP gain was wrong or something. Oh, it was Clay. You're right. Yeah, I remember in Kidu, you kind of just went around the wheel. Alright, I'm guessing they're going to go for the Brave Chain. If I see the clicks going in that direction, we'll go with the Brave Chain. But I think some people may very much want that. I'll reset it. I think some people really do want that art card in Joan of Arc because she needs to get her NP, and it's 100% crit. But also you got the Brave Chain, which could be refund for MHX. You could do double crit. There's a lot of stuff here. And there's even the Quick Chain, but I don't think that's going to happen. Alright, it is this one. I will reset it one more time to be safe. It looks like Joan of Arc is dead in the water. And it's kind of struggling to realign the blob there. Okay, it's obvious where it's going now. Okay. Yeah, honestly, the Mysticote first kill would have been fine there because you got the art card and you get more art refund. And you get that art refund on overkill, which that's a lot of refund. You actually might have gotten your NP right there. And then Alexander's going to do, an AoE hit, so it's a bit more. So that might have actually been the play, because NPing a second time right there. You might have still been a little bit short, though. I can't quite remember how big that art up is. Ooh. Mash got the bonk. Joan of Arc didn't really take any damage there at all, though. So that means MHX would have been fine, too, if she didn't have her skill up. Oh, man, it's the ever-powerful Sanson. What are we going to see here? I think the clicks are active. I think it's just broken. Hold on. Okay, now I think they're active. No, they're not. Okay, now it's active. I think it was active. It just didn't go through before, so I had to reset it. That happens sometimes. Okay. Chat, please think this through. I'm just use thy brain. Alright, we got 37% for Sanson's heal, which this is actually what I wanted chat not to do, but oh boy, what are we gonna do, chat? 100% on the switch there, but then now we got Joan of Arc, we got some for the attack wheel. I don't think it'll let you target switch in this menu, by the way, so those that want to target switch, you need to close it. Okay, they did close it. Okay, and what are we doing now, chat? Where are we clicking? Ban spells, yeah, I'm not letting you do that, though. That's definitely banned. I've seen someone clicking command spells several times throughout this, by the way. It's not the only time we've been in that area. Alright, we target switch to Waver. I'm guessing they're going for the stun now. There it is. I'm sorry, the bind or bound, it's actually a different mechanic, interestingly enough. Like, it does not benefit from stun resists, or it doesn't get hurt by stun resists, and it doesn't benefit from stun boosts, like command codes. Alright, back to Alex. Alright, gonna reset it now, and here you go. Yeah, there's been a lot of art crits available. Alright, attack wheel. Quite the hand. Alright, what are you doing, chat? What are you doing? So, Mash being dead is pretty rough, though. That's gonna make the normal card damage coming at you a lot more dangerous. Alright, looking like boom, boom. I'll reset it to make sure they want to do the... There's a lot of damage if you do the MHX one, but I'm guessing they're gonna want the guaranteed NP. Yep. Well, there's a chunk of people that want the chain, but nope, it is Joan of Arc's art card. Getting that NP ready. Will Waver land the stun this time, though? Ooh! That was not fortunate. Oh, that was not fortunate at all. Alright, chat, what are you gonna do? Dare you throw out your Joan of Arc's NP to get, like, the health back, the heal, and then try to get it again before Alex gets his NP. That'd be a good time to use the art up, but you have no Joan of Arc art cards right now, so that's a pretty risky route. Okay, going for the Sanson debuff clear and heal. And now clicking Joan of Arc's face, and then the heal again, and then MHX's nose. Still a lot of votes for the heal. Okay, MHX it is. Alright, kind of a shame that you used it right there, because you're about to get a bunch of debuffs, but MHX was in peril, so I think that was why. Looking like attack wheel is gonna win. I'll let it update a couple more times. And more Joan of Arc flag though, because of course. Actually, that's more of her face, but alright, what are we going with here, chat? Poor Sanson showing up and gonna get like NP drained here. That's a rough time. Okay, we got 54%. It's really tight between Sanson's Buster card and her NP. It looks like her NP. I think some of that was lingering from the attack wheel. No, there really were votes for Sanson's Buster card there. Okay, what are your next cards, chat? Okay, looks like we're going with the quick chain, I would assume. If I start seeing votes for the other Sanson card, I'm not going to reset it. If I just see votes going over there, we'll click that. But if we see like Joan of Arc's one or something, okay. The quick chain it is. That'll help Sanson with the drain that's coming his way in a moment. Sadly, Sanson hit count is absolutely terrible, and you're not going to get that much NP or star gem off of that. It's almost like Sanson is not a particularly well-designed unit or something. No luck with the crits either. Ooh, got the stun on Sanson. He was the one that could have removed it from the other two, so probably worked out that you did it. I don't know though, removing that dot would be nice. It's unfortunate you weren't able to do that. That's again, Mash is gone, so your soft survival is quite weak right now. And you know, y'all didn't pick a Mystic code that gave you soft survival, so oh, excuse me, I didn't reset the vote. Yeah, y'all could have brought Atlas to remove these debuffs. You could have brought the heal to get some soft survival and more damage. And like people wanting the stun, that's a reasonable route. You know, honestly, with the stun, if you had done it when he had his NP, there is a real world where you could have potentially gotten Joan of Arc's NP and then gotten it back again. That'd be very RNG, and especially because your CE isn't anything too miraculous. Not necessarily worth the risk there. Okay, attack wheel. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that MHX's Buster card is going to go first here, but I actually don't know what they're going to go with after that. Alright, I'm not going to reset it. I think it's faster, like where I just see the votes start going to next. Like, I'll just discount the votes for the Buster card don't count anymore, so whatever is most after that is what we'll go with. Alright, looking like Joan of Arc second. And what do you want for the last one? So it's pretty much MHX versus the other quick, Joan of Arc's quick. Let it update like 1 or 2 more times. And it's caught up a little bit. Okay, no, it's MHX. Ooh, no luck with the crits, man. Rough. Okay, there's that battery from Waver, so that's actually good for you because it allows you to get your Joan of Arc NP out and remove the debuffs and heal and all that. Your stun did not land on Alexander, but honestly, I think that was a good thing. I think if you had stunned Alexander there, that'd have been bad. So that's probably for the best, especially because you got art cards and everything, so I think chat got lucky there. Will we ever see Sanson's skills used in this fight? And yeah, chat can backseat as much as they want. That's like the point of this. So if someone in chat like points something out, it's fine. All right, Joan of Arc, NP. This is literally backseating the stream, essentially. Wait, Sanson has skills, I know, right? Alright, whatever the next votes start going to, we'll make the last one. Poor Sanson. Poor Sanson! Look at... Oh, well, can Sanson get... Is our second Joan of Arc NP versus Sanson ever NPing? Oh, Sanson's actually gonna get it. I'm surprised at this. Honestly, I think the correct play was Joan of Arc's card, though. I think it probably was. Making sure you get that NP again is pretty big. Sanson's not that great. I mean, he'll do a chunk, and he can give the defense. The best thing is if Sanson can NP with MHX, because he'll give her the defense down. That's a big help. By the way, this game is a lot easier when you bring strong supports, by the way. Just throw that out there. It's a big deal. Okay. What are we going with, chat? Okay. Okay. Yeah. That anytime that's off cooldown, I don't think chat's ever gonna miss a beat on that one. But yeah. All right. Let's reset. What are we going with now? Honestly, it's a real shame that Nash died because y'all had a lot of crits when you had 20-30 in that skill. Alright, it's Sanson's first skill versus the attack wheel. Somehow, okay, it's Sanson's first skill. Oh joy. Do we want any... Whoa, hello. Oh god, Sanson's third skill. Yeah, that's the really good one. Get that human study. Get ready to be a doctor, chat. I'll just, okay, it's, looks like a hack wheel. Okay. And what are we doing here? More damage, if only. Guessing it's, yeah, Sanson is really catching up here. Some of that is people that were still clicking before the stream delay ended, and they're clicking the attack wheel from before. Although there are, I'm looking at it, there absolutely are people clicking MHX's art card. That is, there are plenty of new votes there. All right, now, yeah, there's more votes right there. I'm thinking what they were wanting to do was like get art card bonus for Joan of Arc, but only use one of each. That way you still got MHX and gain, which is not actually a terrible idea. All right, final card. Looking like it's gonna be Joan of Arc's. Yeah, it's a split between her 2 cards, so we'll go with that. Because they both have the same crit chance and everything. But yeah, even though you know, you're kind of cutting it close on damage, I do think doing the art card first would have been better. You might have even got an overkill there. But it was kind of a hard call though, because you had the defense up and damage cut. And Sanson is Sanson. Oh yeah! It's a gimmick here. Oh boy, chat. Oh boy, chat. How are you going to deal with that? It lasts for 3 turns. He has unlimited evade for 3 turns. Oh. Got a waiver NP coming here. Alright, let me reset the vote. Teammate checks 3rd skill. This is gonna get rough. People are gonna die. You've got what, you got Martha back there? They got Martha and David. Oh boy. It cannot be removed. You can see that protection box around it, but if you have sure hit and pierce invulnerability or command codes with those on it, you can get by it that way. Alright, people wanting the attack wheel. And I am resetting it. It is true, Shiki has sure hit. Actually, no, she has pierce invulnerability, which, oh, there we go. People realized they needed to... I saw people voting for that, but it wasn't winning. I was wondering if... I didn't say anything, though, because I didn't want to influence any, but, people target switching, although Waver has damage resistance, damage cut, and defense up. So as long as the damage resist and the defense up gets it low enough that the damage cut, you know, envelops your damage, you're going to do 0. So unlikely you'll get anything here. But you'll definitely get nothing on the evade. If he didn't have the defense up and damage cut, you could do some damage here, but alright, looks like this one first for some fucking reason. Wait, no, it's actually this one. Okay, now what do you want for second? Okay, they got it sorted. Okay, for the final cards, Joan of Arc versus Sansons. Load update one more time, 16 versus 17. One more update. Oh, 16 versus 16. Oh, Joan of Arc. Yep, yeah, the damage cut is getting you. Here comes Waver! Sanson getting stunned again, and I'm pretty sure he has his 3rd skill so he can remove. Dude, that is a rough turn for chat. If he'd have to. Ooh, that's nasty. All right. What are we doing here, chat? You have double defense down on Sanson. Thankfully, Joan of Arc has got that high magic resist, so she's not too likely to get stunned. Waver has even more. Look how tanky Waver is right now. That's right. So it says the votes are going through right now, but they're not actually showing. So I gotta do it again. It works now. There we go. People wanting to switch back. Not that you can do too much, although I'm guessing they're going to go for like the stun or something, maybe. Alright, and some people want the attack wheel. I'll have to reset it. That's too many votes for the previous thing. By the way, chat, so many turns have gone by, you could have done your art up and then had it come back. Alright, it is the stun. I probably would have done that next turn, to be honest, although it does help Sanson live. So, I mean, it's a reasonable decision. If you did it next turn, though, then you're guaranteed to, like, get the evade off. That would have been the last turn of evade. But this is completely fine. Because Sanson might be able to live now. Alright, where the votes are going next will be the next card. I'm not going to reset it too often on the hands, only when like if there's just like really controversial stuff will I do that. Alright, it's pretty obvious where we're going here. Ooh, that went well for you. That went well for you. The stun really worked out, and that is actually something that is worth doing a lot of the time. Is stunning when they're one tick off in case that happens, right? That's a real thing. Unfortunately, over all those turns there, you got like no Joan of Arc MP gain, and you got drained. So Sanson still didn't. I guess because of the stun, he didn't get his skill back. That's really unfortunate. It's definitely been 5 turns, but that's enough there. Well, you got, yeah, I'll just click both, it's obvious. That's what Chant's gonna do here. Alright, this is the final turn of the evade on Alexander. What do you want to do here, chat? Someone clicking MHX's eye. Someone's still clicking MHX's eye. Alright, attack wheel it is. There's still someone clicking MHX's eye, by the way. It's just not enough to show a vote. I can see it, though. Pretty undecided on the votes here. Okay, looking like Sanson first. Okay, pretty obvious where we're going here. If I start seeing votes on the third one, I'll just click it. It's actually pretty split right now. I'll let update again. Yeah, okay. Battle speed. Rough time for Sanson. He really could have gotten some value there with his second skill, just didn't work out. Joan of Arc died too. Waver did not cast the defense up. For once, look at that. For once, you have no defense up or a damage cut on the enemy team. What are you gonna do, chat? Also, Martha's here with all of her shenanigans. Alright, chat wants charisma. It's pretty obvious. I don't think anyone doubted that one. I'm gonna reset it because there's a lot of votes going out here. Chat, please think this through. Just, I'm just saying. Alright, are they wanting David's second skill too? I'll give it a bit to see. Well, right now, Martha's third skill is winning, so we'll go with that. So it's nice that you can remove the buffs on him. Unfortunately, he's gonna die soon, so, you know, but he is the DPS, so getting rid of all those attack up and crit ups is certainly nice. That's actually really good, honestly, being able to yeet that. That's a huge threat from him. It's just those giant crits. Looks like they want the heal. I'm guessing to try to keep MHX in it longer. It's pretty split though. Now Mysticode's winning now. Alright. Only 2 turns to get your battery back. Okay, looking like they're wanting the Arda? Yep, okay. I think they finally remembered what the skill does. I just have to point out that y'all could have used it twice by now, and this is the first time it's ever been cast. But it is a good time for it, thankfully, so there's that. There we go. Get a little bit of damage in there. Sadly, MHX did not get an art card, though, so you can't take advantage of that aspect of it. Alright, it's probably going to be more... there's a lot of options here, because there is room to do the evade. If you think you're going to kill Alexander... I'm kind of backseating right now, aren't I? But if you think you're going to kill Alexander before he NPs, you might as well use David's skill now. But if you think you're not going to kill him before the NP, you definitely shouldn't do that. Okay, looks like the attack wheel is winning. I like how there's a large amount of votes for the support tag. Oh, it's no time to explain. Gotta go. What are we clicking, chat? A lot of people want that Buster card. Alright, looking like Buster card got the attack speed. You know what, if y'all vote for the attack speed this time, we'll watch the NP one time in slow-mo, then I'll switch it back. But if it gets votes, we'll do it. Alright, looks like definitely the NP second. Alright. Third pick. Furious tapping of the battle speed there. Okay, it's obviously that than the quick. Alright, you get your slow. People have been voting for that all game long. You get your slow-mo turn. Look at the spins. Backseat green. Yeah, you gotta ban me. Big bumps. Shame you didn't have the attack up and stuff, but that's pretty okay. That was totally worth casting that NP up, by the way. That was definitely the right call there. That is big for you all. That is huge because if Alexander just got an A turn, he could kill someone on the way out, and that'd be devastating. But it didn't happen. So honestly, y'all should have cast. You probably should have cast David's second skill just because Alex was on the way out there. But ooh, and then in the blink of an eye, as the announcer in Darkest Dungeon says, mortality clarified in an instant. The snaps though, and then you remember that this whole time Waver has actually been Thanos. And Iskandar is in the back just laughing right now. That was a mortality check right there. All right, people won David's first skill. I wonder why. Oh yeah, let me put it in fast mode here. Okay, chat. What's the play? I hope some people big brain here. I really hope people. There's something really cool you can do here, chat. Oh, they're big braining. 36% of people are not big braining. Although you whiff the heal, this gives you a very large debuff resist, so you have a good chance to not get stunned, which is totally worth it. And if it blocks the dot, that makes up for the heal, right? Sadly, I don't think on this account, I don't think I've actually maxed that skill out, so it's not giving you as much debuff resistance as it could. It's at least rank 6, but yeah, it's not as good. Okay, chat wanting this. What are you going with here, chat? Let me reset it here. I'm glad people remembered that Martha's first skill has that debuff resistance on, and that's okay. They're going for the art absorb. Who gets the art absorb, chat? Yeah, this is literally Death's Door from Darkest Dungeon. If this was a video, I would have taken that voice clip where he says like that mortality clarified in an instant, right? I would have put it there. And I should edit in the oh my god, chat. In a video, I need to edit in the stress like bubbles that go over people's heads when something really bad happens. If I ever get like into a terrible turn or something, because I get those in my videos all the time. I need to do that at some point. Okay, what are we doing now, chat? What's the play here? Can Martha handle 456k from the hard-hitting Waver? He's only got 2 actions per turn though, so that's a big help. Alright, I think it's pretty obvious what chat's gonna do here, but I'll give it a second because he might want to go the Bruiser route or the Archchain route. If I see that, okay, we don't have to do the vote. The only vote there was basically Archchain versus the Brave Chain. That was all the decision that needed to be made there. This is not over yet. I would not be feeling confident on either end right now. It is. I remember this fight. If you're not set up good, Waver absolutely can delete you. Thankfully, Martha's pretty good here because of that debuff resistance. That's a big help here. And if Waver happens to give himself crit up, she can remove it again in 3 turns. So I think Martha does have this. Looking at this, I think Martha, because yeah, she's got that CE. I almost said it. All right, wait. Some people want to do the second skill. It's actually winning. Let me give it another update. I thought people might abandon David, although I guess that wouldn't be very Christian-like, would it? Alright, there's nothing else to vote on. Well, no, there is that, but looking like attack wheel winning. Yep, okay, attack wheel. Alright, what do you want here, chat? Couple of routes to go here. Like Dave, I'll let update one more time. As I think people are transitioning to the other David art card. They are, because of the crit chance. All right, if I keep seeing the votes go towards the art cards, we're just going to do the art chain because it's kind of obvious. But... Yep. Okay. Very clear. So you add the emote there, and it makes it very clear what's going on here, chat. I see the debate. You gotta be subtle. Like, normally when I say it, it's because I'm trying to say Yang CE, and for some reason my fucking brain has conflated the Canis thing and the Yang CE, and so sometimes I go to say Yang CE and I just say Canis instead, and I just blurt it out. That's happened several times. And sometimes, like when it subs, I say it then sometimes, so they're normally not, but one of these days. Isn't that rude, chat? I don't say his name when he subs, when he's one of the few people I can actually pronounce the name of. I think the music is looping. Oh, here's the music right here. Alright, what are the votes going to? Okay, they want the art chain again. I'm assuming the Martha one, so yeah. Easy enough. Very lucky that Waver only has 2 actions per turn, by the way. Big help here. So here, Martha would be so fucked up right now if it wasn't for her evade and vulnerability stack thing she's got going on here, because he's throwing out busters like candy, and he seriously hits hard. But y'all getting good hands. I think I know where chat's gonna go with this. What's gonna matter is what cards do you want to do after the NP. So I'll just see where the cards go after the if people click the like NP's part. Okay, now where the votes go will make it obvious what they want to do. Because there's the route where you go quick art for the refund or the art buster for the damage, right? That's totally a thing. He's only got 360 health left. So this really is more than one way you can go about it. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait a second to see what they want to do. Looks like buster is gonna happen. Yep, okay. I might have myself gone quick art and then done the Mysticode skill because next NP basically then. Not really. That's right. Your Craft Essence gives you no attack stat and no like damage modifier, so that's a pretty big hit. Well, sadly, David is out of here. That makes the turns a bit more obvious. All right, I think the votes are up. We'll take the turns kind of quick here because it's gonna get obvious what chat wants to do at this point. So okay, the votes are up, but they're just not showing. So let me reset it. Okay, they want that third skill. I kind of figured he's got the flat damage up, which is pretty scary. Alright, I'll reset it and then just give him a second to see if they want to do Buster, Art, or Art. Because that's basically the decision from now on. Oh, do you mean, Finn, do you mean the AI, the final boss of the story? That's a fun fight though, I like that one. Okay, looking like they want Art. Okay. We'll try to get these turns rolling because there's not too many decisions to make anymore. Boy, this is coming down to the wire though, I tell ya. Ooh, that sucks for y'all. Uh-oh. What's gonna happen? Ooh. By the way, that wasn't favored. Because of her passive, even with him having item construction and all that, it was more likely not to get stunned than to be stunned. But you got stunned anyway. Well, you literally can't do anything here. So just pass here. Well, your invulnerability that was really unlucky. That was y'all need the damage too, so that was not great. People clicking Waver for some reason. He does get a nice suit. Waver does have a nice suit there. Alright, I guess, are people gonna do the Mysticode yet? I would expect y'all to wait to see if you actually get it this turn or not. But it looks like they want to do it. I'll reset it here just to be 100% sure here. Okay, nope, they don't want to do it. It makes more sense to see if you get it this turn or not, right? The only good thing about casting it would mean you could do like Buster Art this turn for sure. But you could do Buster Art and see if it lands, and if it doesn't, then you do the third skill, right? That looks like what chat's doing anyway, so who needs me? Off we go, let's see what happens. You would absolutely win if that stun didn't land. It's going to be a little close now, though. Because he could Buster crit, and he has attack up and flat damage up. And the flat damage up ignores the class advantage, so... Thankfully, your first skill came back. That's pretty big right now, actually. Because it'll still linger for his next NP. And you could definitely use the heal, so... Wow, he landed... Dude, he landed the dot on you and everything, so that was rough. Alright, look, I almost... know exactly. Yeah, they're voting for that. Yeah, this is. I don't even need to see the votes. That's just obvious. That's what they're going for. Okay, now just go ahead and vote on the cards after, because it's opportunity NP first. But what do you want to do after that? Because you've got the normal card damage route and you got the refund route. Well, they want this one. What do you want for the last one, chat? I'm guessing Buster. Kind of rough though. Waver just cast his defense up and damage cut. Yep, damage one. All right. I know the other one had more votes, but it was like clearly going in that direction because it had more votes from the beginning, like from before we picked the first card. Because you could see right after. The other card got it. Thankfully, he got a defense down. I'm scared for you, chat. Ooh, he did it again! Oh boy! Alright, chat, what are you gonna do? There are some decisions to be made here, so we kind of have to let the voting happen. Waver's NPing right now. Very split right now. Let it update one more time. Alright, you want the attack wheel. I think they're wanting in case the dot lands, would be my guess. Because the dot has a chance to land where the stun really doesn't because of the passive and the first skill. Unfortunately, the first skill's not maxed, but it's almost maxed. Alright, are they going, looks like, hold on, I need to update some. Because some of those votes are for the Buster card, but some of them are from the attack wheel. Okay, no, that's gonna be art. Some people wanted to go the normal damage route, and that's a reasonable play because there's not too many turns left. You may not get your NP before it would end if you'd gone for damage, right? And you've got Drain coming, but I think going for the NP is fine because basically in 2 turns you'll get it, and then you can NP and you might win right there. Alright, the decision to not use the second skill was definitely right. Because now you can get rid of the dot. And the dot and his flat damage is the real threat here. Because both of those ignore class advantage. So, yeah, 100% of the votes for a second there. And really quickly, though, it was switched to slowly clicking Waver's face. But, okay. So you got NP drained. So I'm guessing chat's going to go for the art chain, but I'll make sure. If I see art cards coming up at the start, we'll just go with that. Okay, why do we have the turn order though? Let it update one more time. Okay, there it got fixed because yeah, people were doing the crit first for some reason there. It's not that big of a deal, but Coach Waver does not double Buster crit. Oh, there's a Buster, no crit though. Holy crap! He would have killed you if one of those crit. You would have died right there if one of those crit. Like, Jesus. The snaps, man. The snap. That was... You absolutely could have just lost right there. Holy shit. Can you... If you don't win right now, you're dead. We're coming down to the final turn, chat. Alright, it's pretty obvious chat's gonna want that third skill, and they're gonna want to do NP, Art Buster, but we'll just make sure... Yeah, okay, yeah, it's pretty obvious. That was just such a that was so close, man. And that shows those little decisions early on with like Nash's second skill and like when to go for the NP gains. Like if maybe one more Joan of Arc NP, right? You could totally have swung it in one direction or the other. These votes are they want the battle speed. Okay, we'll do the slow mo. Okay, yeah, then you want Art Buster. Okay. Okay, I'll give you one more vote though. You can go for a YOLO 10% art crit or the Buster card. But you have the Buster up, so the Buster up makes overwhelming more sense. But just in case chat wants to be cheeky, I'll let them have the option. Okay, we're not being cheeky. Dude, that's crazy though. That last turn, he did double Buster, and if either one had crit, you would have died. And with some, he would have overkilled you by a chunk too, because you know crits are double damage. So they were doing over 2k. Ooh, how is gonna be close? I think you're no. The extra will definitely get this because you have double defense down. That's right. She applies defense down her NP, so that should be fine. Yeah, it did come down. It came down to the final attack. You won this by 1 card because you needed the extra attack to win. That's so close. That was such a fucking close. Like that was nail biter there. Jesus. Martha survived the Thanos snap, but just fucking barely. God damn. Well done though. It worked. You know, GG's. Joan of Arc, pretty good by the way. And look, I get a lore. How about that, chat? I'm rewarded for my efforts. I mean, what are we gonna do? Divide it up amongst how many people are here? 265, 260, like 1 out of 265. Is, you know, do that another 264 times, and everyone gets 1 lore. Sounds great, right? All right, boys. I think we'll wrap it up there. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I might play Genshin in a minute. I probably won't, but I might. I don't count on it, but depending on how things go in the next like 10-20 minutes, I might play it a little bit. But I think I'll save that for tomorrow. It took a lot longer to unlock that challenge quest than I thought, so I kind of went overboard there. We'll see. I might play Genshin in a second. If I will, though, I'll know pretty soon if I'm going to play it or not. So I'll put it in announcements. Because I feel okay. I could play it a little bit. So I might need to take a break. But I need to talk to my brother about some stuff. So depending on what he says, will pretty much depend on if I do Genshin or not. But we'll see. Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out. That was a blast. Some people got some channel points there. Some people did not. But give Phantom the wait what? Go give the lore to Phantom. God, I don't think he's not even leveled on NA for God's sakes. This ain't JP. But thank you all so much for hanging out. I guess we'll go ahead and raid just because I'm not sure. I'll be playing Genshin and God, I don't want to like hold on to the viewers or anything. Doesn't make any sense. Let's raid Fino. We'll raid Fino. I was gonna raid him the other day and I didn't, so. Alright boys, you beat the challenge quest, you did it. I'll be hopefully streaming again tomorrow as long as I get at least halfway decent sleep. And definitely Genshin tomorrow though. My FGO stream might be a little shorter to just make sure I can play some Genshin. But yeah, peace out.